Ooh, that go. Oh, Lord. Love that little Stanley, boy. Call me Becky. No plies. Becky, no plies. Get this damn shit straight. I seen King Lion on live. He over there frying niggas. That man woke. I don't even think he went to sleep. That man woke up. I mean, been up all night frying them food, man. Co-host, the fuck? Your favorite creator, not a not a woman. I mean, a lady follower said I'm her favorite creator. I do feel like a lot of women are starting to, when they come to my life. I do feel I do have a nice female following that got sense. I think the ladies that do follow me, they got a little sense. So it is a change of it is a nice change to see. But I got a prompt today, y'all. So we'll see how that goes. I got on the background, so when people come up, then they're like, "What we talking about?" So it's on the background. So try to stay focused on the actual prompt today. Y'all off work? Shit, y'all off work today? Shit, I ain't been back to work since Thursday. And then I only got to go in work tomorrow because Monday was a holiday, but Monday is the day that I normally go in. So that counts as an off day for me. I mean, a work day for me. I love my job. But those 9 to 5s, though. Gotta hate those 9 to 5s. You ain't real unless, if you working a 9 to 5 and shit. I love my 9 to 5. Yeah. I don't know. I was gonna cook today, but it's raining, so I can't cook outside. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll make a steak or something. I don't fucking know. Good morning. Yeah, I got on early today because I don't want to be up all night. Especially if Chad come. You know how that go. That nigga be having me up till wee hours of the morning and shit. But yeah, man, today it's enough people in here now. We got 60, damn, 90, goddamn. Okay. All right, well, so this is gonna be a good one, y'all. We can get straight into it. Holding men accountable. The hot topic of the week, because y'all's favorite Grits and Eggs podcast host, Deontay Kyle, has sparked an inflamed conversation that revolves every 3 months, the same conversation over and over and over again. Men holding men accountable. I will specifically say black men holding black men accountable because, number one, that's the only people, that's who I give a fuck about. And that's who I speak to, is our community, our people. So, black men holding black men accountable. What is accountability? What does that look like? How do black men hold other black men accountable? It's an interesting conversation that is a very disingenuous conversation when accountability is only focused because if the conversation is our community, right, then why is accountability only hyper fixated on men? The conversation gets disingenuous because black women just want to blame, and then black men are on the defensive, and then you get a conversation removed from logic based in feelings, and everybody is pointing the finger and arguing, and it's a never-ending disingenuous conversation that just cycles around and nothing ever comes from it. Nothing ever comes from it. This is not the first time we've had this conversation, and I'm sure it won't be the last. You have the bear conversation. You had the brick lady conversation. Like this shit, it's like it's a repeating cycle that continues to pop up when niggas get bored, and wanna inflame the internet streets. It's nothing new. But why? Why and how? Right? Because a lot of rhetoric that the women are, first of all, words have meaning. Words have meaning, right? When you say words, that's why it is important. What the old folks always say what you mean and mean what you say. Right? And I think we need to get back to the days of say what you mean and mean what you say. Because often nowadays, people say what they say, and then others come and interpret what they say to fit what they think. There was no question asked. A statement was made. Words were said. But now people are taking words that, like, we live in a time currently where I can see something and I can hear something, and I'm looking at it. I'm listening to it. Right? And I say, dang, that's wild, or whatever conclusion I come to after seeing and hearing something, an action being done by someone, or words being said by someone, right? And motherfuckers will then tell you that's not what you're hearing and that's not what you're seeing. We live in those times, right? It's no different than like NAGA, right? We can see that orange man doing something. We can hear him saying words. And when you take it for face value and what that person is doing and saying, motherfuckers will then tell you that's not what you're seeing with your own eyes and hearing with your own ears. Right? So, words have meaning. Right? And I think we forget that they do. Because number one, a lot of people don't fucking read. And when you say certain words, you can't make up your own definitions for them. It's not how that works. Right? It's not how it works. You wouldn't have to, you wouldn't have to, other people, if other people have to interpret and, well, what they meant to say, if people have to do that, then maybe, just maybe, the shit somebody did or said is questionable. Right? And motherfuckers won't ask themselves that question because of whoever it may be, right or wrong, they like. And that's a problem. So, especially when people have the ability to, because I often will say things, right? People will interpret what the fuck I said and make up their own conclusion. But then I will say that is not what I meant. I said this, and this is what I mean, and I will stand by it. A lot of people won't do that. Why? That's debatable. Multiple reasons could be brought up with that, but that is the interesting thing. But yeah, words have meaning, bro. But oftentimes people misuse words or purposely use words to incite drama, mess, engagement, and they use words, or they purposely use words, purposely misuse words, throw things out that they don't need. And then people come in, interpret, fucking summarize, create dissertations on what they think that person said versus taking what that person said for what that person said. And women love to do this specifically, and it's why I understand it's why y'all get played by these men that y'all complain about. And it's the thing that I specifically will say all the time. Take people for what they say. Take people for face value. When somebody shows or says something, take it for face value. Everything is not a pseudo intellectual nuanced thing. When someone's like, y'all don't take people for face value. You don't. When that man showed you who he was, right? When he was dogging out his, like when he talked crazy to his mama, or he you know, shit, I don't know, whatever. He's not a good person to other people. You still, well, I see the potential. When he showed you who he was, I see the potential, and he's not like that towards me. You hear stories about how he did his ex or his other baby mama, right? But you think you're different. So you ignore everything that they show you, or you ignore the things they say and do. You get in bed with them, and then when now you're the next victim, now it's a problem. And now we got to hold people accountable. Like, take motherfuckers for face value. But we don't want to do that, especially when it's people or things that we like. And the reason why this conversation is so disingenuous is because it's as if y'all walk around, okay, moon. So by that logic, statistically, men, okay. So by that logic, women, for example, are the biggest, statistically, are the biggest exhibitors of violence and unaliving towards children. So statistically, we should treat women like child abusers, correct? You see how that works? Like, we understand generally, like, as I said, y'all pick and choose. Even the analogy, they be like, oh, well, you feel like that black men understand when we talk about racist cops. I literally had made the video about the dude that ran over the innocent police officer. I said that was wrong. I said that innocent officer had nothing to do with that situation, and he should not have had to take accountability for the actions of a random ass cop somewhere else. And y'all told me I was a coon. That was a time where me as a black man was holding another black man who did something wrong accountable, and niggas told me I was a coon. Told me I was a coon. See, what happens is when y'all pick and choose Number one, who gets to hold people accountable? And then y'all pick and choose what y'all want to be, what the actions and the things that y'all want accountability to be placed upon. And so when people, the good men, get to speaking up, being fair across the board with accountability, we get gaslit. We get told to shut the fuck up. You know what? I'm going to take it away from men. When people who want to speak up against what and hold others accountable for the wrong we see, the wrong they do, when people speak up and if it's because at the end of the day, accountability, that person has to take responsibility and accept the actions or the consequences of their actions. So when bad behavior or whatever is enabled and y'all literally shun the motherfuckers who are trying to speak up and do the right thing, those people then in turn just ostracize themselves and back the fuck off. Because there's no way I can hold others accountable if they don't take responsibility. They don't take responsibility. So people then turn and say, fuck it. I'm going to say nothing because it takes too much of my mental energy. I am literally fatigued by trying to do what they say they want me to do and nobody gives a fuck. So I'm just going to be quiet. I'm just going to stand back. But women understand this shit, but it turns into we're just going to blame men all day. That's why I say women understand the shit that us men are saying when we're talking about the brick lady or the bear or right now. They understand the shit we're saying. They just don't care because they're too caught up in the feelings of the men that they sleep with. That's where all of this shit comes from. That's where it comes. It comes from the feelings, the trauma that they have from the men they sleep with. That's what it is. It's no different than the red pill men and the passport bros and those weird dudes, or the men like RG3 who chasing out a lot of snow bunnies. The shit they say comes from the trauma and the problems they have with the women most of them don't even sleep with. I say it's the same shit. And these women, they know this. They know this. Because I know that they know, they know, like they understand the shit we are saying about when we have these conversations. They know. And you know how I know they know? Because when it's their sons, they understand. When it's their sons, the same way y'all say when it's men's daughters, when it's your son, you understand. So I know these women fucking know the shit that they're saying is fucking stupid and illogical and doesn't make sense. But they don't care because we're not having these topics discussed for conversation so we can have solutions. It's, we finally get a chance to point the finger and dump on men. And now we got some men on our side. So this is our opportunity, ladies. No different than when the guys get on here and it's their time to dump on the... And that's all it is. That's why the conversation is so fucking stupid and disingenuous. It's not... Because if we was really trying to say, hey, man, hold a minute, like, we need to hold each other accountable. That's number one, that's what he would have said. And number two, that could have been a conversation. Because over here, we have those conversations. How, as a man, can I be more responsible and discipline? And also, how can I do that for my friend circle, for my peers, and just other men in general? How can I better myself? What can I do for myself so that I can be better unto others? When I talk about putting my partner, like how men need to network to put others on, to be helpful to the community. Like, that's real conversation, right? It's not dumping on fucking men. Like, that doesn't solve anything. That doesn't help anything. It doesn't. That if motherfuckers was that y'all love that get on these mics were really trying to have honest conversation to really help black men, to really help the black community, it wouldn't just be these fucking hot topics that we always talk about. It would be, but see, when you get to the solutions and you have real conversation, it's a two-way street, and it takes two to fucking tango. It's not just men, fucking men. Right? So if you were really having that conversation, you have to bring the women in. And the women have to put the mirror in their face and say, what am I doing to enable this behavior also? But when you do that, that means you got to hold women accountable. And if you hold women accountable, your TikTok views don't go up. Bringing, like, just like y'all say, when it comes to these baby mamas and these families, it's a two-way street, right? It takes two. Okay, if we're going to talk about the community, it takes two to make a fucking community, right? It takes two to make a community. So that means black women also have to come in and accept some of this responsibility also. Doesn't mean blame. It doesn't mean you're victim blame. It doesn't mean you're no, because we can hold these men accountable all fucking day, but if you're going to bring them in and give them put money on their books, give them babies, then everything, if you're going to enable bad behavior, there's nothing anybody, the law, the judge, God him fucking self can even do. Nothing he can, like, what? It's giving jealous. See? And this is the thing. You can't have an honest conversation, because if somebody's their favorite, if they like them, nothing you say, nothing anyone can say is anything. Jealous? What the fuck I gotta be jealous for? What the fuck I gotta be jealous for? What do I have to be jealous for? Mind you, you over here, I'm a hating ass, jealous ass nigga, but you in my live with almost 200 people. You in my live with almost 200 people. You see how that worked? What I gotta be jealous for? I was just on Sensational's podcast. What the fuck do I have to be jealous for? I got, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even take social media seriously. I don't need social media to get up out the hood. What the fuck I gotta be jealous for? I know it's deflection, because them words start stinging that you might have to question some of the shit that of people that you like or you idolize. But they'll question me all fucking day. Motherfuckers will question the shit that I say all fucking day because you don't like me. And that's y'all problem. That's how you get people. That's how you get the orange man that y'all complain about. Because the black people love a good preacher. Black people love a good preacher. They love a good preacher. If you can preach to some niggas and you can pull on them trauma strings, whether it's the white man, the system, black men ain't shit. If you can pull on them motherfucking strings, Moon, what the fuck? What are you like? What are you doing, bro? What, do you want to come up? You're more than welcome to come up. Cause you just saying shit. Come on up, bro. Mods, y'all hitting standby. What you got, man? What you got to say, bro?
Well, I want to understand. I want to understand what's wrong with
Do
saying.
you really want to understand?
Yeah, I do. It's
Okay.
confusing to me. I want to understand what's wrong with saying men in this corner. We just talking to men right now.
Okay.
It's a little. It's a little bad that when women are pulling themselves together to go out, that if they feel like if they're going to run into a group of men, there's a large potential that their night's going to be ruined, and that it's because of the behavior that's exhibited. It's because of the understanding that no other man is going to check them. We're going to stand by. We're going to watch it. We're okay with it. The man even gave an example of back in high school when men used to slap women on the butt, and it was just a ha ha. That's funny. It was SA. It was SA then. Men allow things to go on because it's not their business. You know what I mean? We stand by. And he said, we're accountable for that because it's the same. It's like any other cult. If you're a police officer and you're going to watch police officers do illegal things, you're just as bad as them.
So if
If
it's
you're,
okay, so if it's just like any other cult, do women not have their own cults and followings also?
how does that show up that it affects?
Do they also
Even if
not? Okay,
I hear you. I said,
you said you want to understand. Okay, so it's not just about to be you throw out these straw man arguments and then that's how we gonna know. Do women also not have cult like behavior that they exhibit within their little systems and caches of people?
the answer to your question was
Okay,
yes. My response,
do they have that? Yes or no?
but I said yes already.
Okay,
Did you want me to?
okay. Now I'm going to acknowledge you say yes. So then, if they also do these things, how are we just going to single out men and say, "Oh, it's bad"?
The issue is this is not singling it out. My question is
It
if you're acknowledging the cults that you feel women have, how do they affect men negatively? And let's start there.
Okay, so women who have mean girl cults, right? Now, if you're if because I know where it's gonna go. If we're only gonna highlight the fact that well, men can physically harm women, then there's no point in having this conversation.
No. That's not where I'm going
Okay,
with it at
all right.
all.
So women have mean girl cults, right? Men are literally of men are literally I'm gonna say afraid. Some are, but do not approach women that they might find attractive simply because they know they have experienced or have seen mean girls literally embarrass publicly and willfully embarrass those men to get their homegirls reaction or to get a viral TikTok moment or something. Just be nasty for no fucking reason. Now, just because they cannot, that does not physically harm that man. That we clearly see the negative impact that has mentally on a demographic of men. We see that. You're breaking in and out, bro.
I got a call. My bad. I missed maybe the last 2 or 3 sentences, but somebody tried to FaceTime me. So could you repeat the last part?
Men are not approaching or afraid or disinterested in approaching women because of mean girl responses, whatever that may be. You have women out here who specifically will publicly embarrass a man, and that has mental impact on these men as far as how they approach women.
Yeah. So sure, that's perfectly fine.
That
Someone.
can have a negative impact on that men's, you can say, self-esteem or mental health overall. That
Yeah.
happens. And
So
and women are gonna gaslight me and say that doesn't happen. That happens a lot. And y'all and they be the women that sit there and laugh at their homegirl, like publicly embarrassing that man in a public venue for the sake of whatever. For that happens. That happens.
So then my response to that is even if I acknowledge that sure, like men approaching women, they may get a less than favorable response, even an over the top negative response, and that may affect them negatively. My response to that being is that when a man is putting himself together, showering, whatever else to get dressed, his fear for the night is not, man, I might get turned down for the night. But for a woman, the complete opposite, she doesn't have to approach a man to be harmed. She doesn't have to do
Okay, so
anything that
you just did what I said you
Benny,
were
Benny,
gonna
you're not letting
do.
me finish
No,
responding
because
though.
you literally just did what I said you were gonna
Benny,
do.
you're not letting me finish
It's
responding
gonna
though.
go to physical
I'm
harm.
not talking about physical at all.
You
It
just
doesn't have to be physical. So as a woman, the
so
complete
if it's
difference.
not so if it's not
Benny, hold
mental,
on, let me
if
finish.
it's because you're doing it.
Just let me finish though, Benny.
Not no,
You're
because
letting me give
you're
half an
doing it.
answer. You're
You're
letting me
doing
give
it.
half an answer.
Go
You're not
ahead.
letting me finish.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So the issue is that with a woman, whether I approach a man or not, that same physical, it could be verbal, it could be auditory, it could be whatever. I am in a position where I may experience abuse from a man, whether I even sign up to speak to him or not. That's a concern for the night. When I go to hang out, the concern is we may run into a group of men and they may ruin the night, regardless of whether it's physical or verbal. But for a man, the complete opposite is the case. If I approach a woman who didn't tell me to come up anyways, if I approach a woman, she may hurt my feelings. Whole time I didn't have to approach her, and if I didn't, the young lady wasn't gonna come over anyway. So if I wanted to have a good night where my mental health wasn't challenged, I just don't need to bother anybody.
So you're gonna say act like women don't purposely. You're gonna say it with a straight face. Say there are women out here who don't purposely do shit to dudes when they're out. That's not an issue that men that there are a lot there are a lot of young men who literally get pointed out and singled out by groups of women who might be prettier than them in public spaces. That happens. We're not gonna sit here and act like that doesn't happen. It might not happen to the degree of men do, but it happens. We're not gonna sit here and act like it doesn't happen.
And Benny, I don't want to say no. I'm trying to understand what you're saying though. When you say men are singled out and pointed out by women, what exactly?
What you're saying? Okay, if you're not just saying physical harm, it could be verbal harm. It could be like what you said, verbal, like men saying verbal things to women in public spaces and ruining their fun, right?
Yeah.
So women don't verbally ruin the fun for men.
Can you give me an example of what that looks like?
Okay. You got a group of, I'll say, not socially attractive men. Let's say some little nerdy guys sitting there minding their business, playing. You get, whatever they doing that's considered not popular amongst our people, right? And women go over there, they laugh, they joke, they make fun of them, they record. We see this shit all the time on this app. Niggas over there minding their fucking business and women trying to get a fucking viral moment because some niggas over there recording them and saying some shit, doing some shit. That happens. Women go out their way to embarrass lame dudes they consider lame. They do that stuff. Again, like I said, the mean girl culture. That happens. I've also had women, and then okay, and we could go the other route. You say men just walk up and slap women in the ass in the club. As a guy who has brought the things that women like, I've had plenty of women just come up to me and touch me unwantedly. Oh, you got nice hair. Oh, you got nice shoulders. I've been in situations where white women specifically have come, and I don't date white. I don't like white women. Have come up to me, grab my crotch, grab my ass, did all types of things. In one situation, I mushed her to get the fuck away from me because I don't like white women.
Mm-hmm.
She go get security. I get kicked out the fucking club.
So
like this shit happens.
Yeah, so I think that I think that stuff does happen. I think that the issue is that because the culture is so, you should want that from a woman. Your issues, the things that you see as issues, may not be highlighted the same way as they would for a woman. For instance, a woman coming up and grabbing you on your Johnson, touching your muscles, touching your hair, for I think what would be the average man or what has been the
SA
consensus.
is SA.
I hear you. You're right. You're absolutely right. What I am saying is that if the things that you see are issue, if the things that you're feeling are issue, they should be treated as issue, because when these issues are presented by men to other men, the consensus is, well, what do you mean? You don't like women touching your arms? You don't want a woman touching your butt? She liked you. It's not seen to the same degree, and it's also not perpetuated the same way anyways. We're not going to compare and pretend these are apples to apples anyways. The essay you're talking about, while essay does not show up in the numbers the way that you're describing it. So if it's an issue,
So because it doesn't show,
men have to make it an issue for it to be an issue.
Because it doesn't show up in the numbers, it is what it is.
No, I'm not saying it is what it is. I'm saying that the marginalized group of people that you're talking about, the men who experience those things need to say it's an issue first, and not only when we're talking about women being SA, but it just being an issue in its own box by itself. Support groups for that.
I'm literally saying it's an issue.
You're saying it's an issue, but only because we're talking about women being SA.
No. See, that's no, and that's
I say there's an ocean.
No, that's where you're wrong.
No, I say there's an ocean.
No.
You just said it.
No. Yes, because this is the conversation. But I have made plenty of content calling out dudes who say that, the rhetoric you're saying, I put that on the front. When we're talking about SA and stuff like that, I tell men, when them teachers out here taking advantage of these little boys, the rise, I'm sure the numbers will start getting bigger at that with these women taking. When I talk about that, I tell men that's fucking weird that to sit there and say, oh, he likes it because he's a boy. I wish I say that shit all the time.
I think that when we're having a conversation about an issue that has an ocean size, mentioning the pond around the corner is disingenuous.
All right.
Because the conversation was about the ocean.
So it doesn't matter because it's not as big of a problem as women. So as men, you just got to deal with it. SA is SA, bro. It is what it is.
Benny, brother, I don't know why you dropped him. This is Omega, by the way. I changed my name. I wanted to ask him because what I find interesting about men who take this approach is they never identify men as boys, right? And when I say identify men as boys, straight to the statistic that you spoke on, that women are primarily the perpetrators of crime against young children, and the power dynamic of what women can do to boys, right? So they only look at men in an adult fashion. They never relate to the power dynamic of abuse between teachers, mothers, caretakers, et cetera, in regards to boys. The interesting part about the conversation is he literally invalidated the conversation he claimed he wants men to have. We want men to talk about them being victims. And then when men talk about being victims, oh, it's not that big of a problem. Y'all gotta listen. Y'all have to start being consistent with the rhetoric, right? You gotta start being consistent with the rhetoric. I think the interesting part about it is, what I realized, I had this conversation yesterday, right, Benny?
Yeah.
There is a loneliness epidemic, according to feminists, male loneliness epidemic. Right. There is reported that 1 out of every 3 men from 18 to 32 are not having sex at all.
Bro, right? They reported that men between the ages of 18 to 24 have never approached a woman for a first date.
At all. So, but this is the thing. When you
45% have never approached a woman. So who are all these fucking men these women are talking about?
But that's the point. That's the point, Benny, right? Because like I said, when you have these conversations, and I love the way that you did it. If something is true, it needs to be true consistently. And when you apply this rhetoric across the board to make it a universal talking point, it sounds absolutely ridiculous, right? So when you talk to misandrists and feminists, men are lonely, women are decentering men. How many times have we seen women go viral for saying men aren't approaching women anymore? Men aren't even going to singles occasions anymore. We've seen that go viral several times, women going to singles events, and men aren't showing up. So I'm a married man. I'm 42 years old. I'm married, but I was single at one time. I want to ask every man who's been single at one point in time, when have you ever not wanted to go somewhere where there's going to be more women than men? When did you ever not want to go? When did you ever not want to go?
The crazy thing about these, it is so easy for these men in 2025 to get these women, and they're not even showing up. They're not not even showing up. So who, again, that's why I said these conversations spark from the men that these women are laying down with. Who they laying down with?
But that's the point. So I got 2 more points, Benny, and I'm gonna be quiet after that, right?
Yeah.
So I'll look at it like this, right? What I've noticed from a lot of these men that have these conversations, I had a conversation with a feminist the other day, right? And I said, well, I wouldn't say feminist, it's extreme misandrist. And she was talking about male accountability. And I said, okay, that's fair. I'll receive your argument. As soon as you start running in strip clubs and taking bitches off the poles. She looked at me like I was absolutely ridiculous. I said, I want you to go to your local red light district in your city and take all those women off the street. And she said to me, I can't make adult women be responsible if they don't choose to be responsible. I can't make women who unalive their children, because I don't know if you've been paying attention to Benny, especially in our community for the last year and a half, there's been a viral story of a black mom unaliving her child once a month. Once a month. Oh, it's been bad. They talk about femicide all the time, but the filicide rate in the black community is astronomical. Literally, over 500 black children were unalive more than black women last year alone. 2 years, for the last 2 years. You can look it up.
Yeah.
You can look it up. So this is the thing, right? So when you see, this is the thing, when you have these conversations, because they have been raised in this fake patriarchal society where women are all victims, as soon as you talk about women being aggressive, toxic, destructive, or violent, they're quick to act as if these things don't occur. They never want to have these conversations. Never want to have these conversations, right?
And that's how you get the teachers that are able to fly under the radar and take advantage of these little boys in these schools right now.
But that's the point. That's what I'm saying. So this is the thing, right? So Benny, I studied this concept of femicide that they've been talking about for the last 2 years, right? So I looked up the FBI homicide statistics for black men and black women going back to 1984. Do you know that for the better part of 90% of those years, black female as a homicide rate never averaged above the number of 400? There were only 3 instances in the last 50-year period where more than 800 black women were unalive per year. 800, right? So in the year in which they talk about, Benny, what they fail to admit is that the largest percentage growth in black female victimhood came from the increase of black female perpetrators, right? The black female perpetrator of unaliving of other black women rose over double-digit percentages. So when they come up here and they start talking about femicide, but they completely ignore the number of black women who are unaliving other black women, right, due to intimate partner violence, or even these women being involved in street criminal behavior themselves, they don't want to have these conversations because they don't look up nothing. They listen to people who talk to their emotions. They don't research any information. And I'm not shifting responsibility. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you why you saw an increase in black female being victims of homicide. It wasn't because more black men started to unalive more black women. It's because the number of black women committing this crime increased by almost double-digit percentages. And this is according to FBI Table 6. Okay, so you can go to the FBI Table 6 data and look it up for that last year, which I believe was 2019 to 2022. You can look this information up, right? So this is the problem. We have been raised in a country, Benny, you know what I'm saying? We've been raised in a country that has taught women that men are bad and they are perfect. And I'm not saying that men aren't responsible for a certain type of behavior, right? Or that men aren't culpable or capable of committing a particular type of behavior. The nuance of the ignorance comes to me when it's because, all men are responsible for what a small number of men are doing. And then when you turn the logic around on women and say, well, hey, there's a small number of women who unalive children. There's a small number of women who molest children. There's a small number of women who set men up to get robbed and unalive. can you stop these women from doing this behavior? The first thing they'll do is they'll do exactly what they claim men do: invalidate and deflect. Invalidate and deflect. And I said small number is because anytime you look up DV or SA or grape or any of that, do you know who's the most underreported demographic of all? Benny, I know you know.
Yeah.
Men. Men. They don't report it. It doesn't mean it doesn't occur. We don't report it. Why? Because like in the comments section, you all are proving you don't care when men are victims. You don't care. So it's not about empathy. It's not about understanding. Most of you have simply you've simply adopted the very same toxic masculinity mindset and the narcissistic behavior that you claim that you complain about.
Well,
That's all that's happening in the comment section right now.
Well, they only care when it's their son, their king, the man of their house. That's the only time they care. That's it. But
I don't even think they care when it's their sons, Benny, because how many times have we seen our women, mothers, tell their sons that you must, like, okay, so have you ever seen the story about the boxer Crawford, right?
Oh
ever seen
yeah,
that story about where
yeah.
yeah, the mama used to pay people to beat him up in the neighborhood because she hated his father? Or Kirk Franklin,
Yeah.
right? How many stories of black men with their toxic mamas do we hear in in our community?
Mr.
But
O.
because you can't say nothing, yes, sir.
I can give you one from my own story. You feel me? You know, I'll keep it kind of short for y'all. Just I was young. A lady that was a little older than me took a liking to me, and she kind of like threw a pass at me in front of my mom. And my mom smiled. He thought it was cute that an older woman was attracted to me and basically was trying to get at me. And at the time, I thought it was, funny that, we all laughed and joked about it. But as I got older, I'm like, Mom, you was damn near accepting that type of pedophile or grooming behavior, Pt3 behavior. So, it's a lot of shit that our mothers do accept shit. And you feel me when it comes to us, boys,
right.
the men.
And a lot, I can share a story like that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of men can share stories like this of the older lady at the church, you know what I'm saying? The deaconess or the bro, but it's never going now, because when you bring that up, it turns into, well, why y'all talk? Well, y'all need if the goal is to fix the community, right? It's a two-way street. But the problem is only one side gets validated. Whether it be, and if and that's why I know it's not a genuine conversation, because as men we bring up our issues, we bring up our truths, what we're experiencing, what we're going through, whether it's to women or other men, it's invalidated. So niggas just shut up. So then women walk around oh, these problems don't exist, and when it's brought up, well, who gives a fuck? Well, men are worse. And that's how it's not a conversation. It's a chance for women to tee off at men. And that teeing off comes from the internal trauma that they deal with from the men they lay down with 9 times out of 10. Because random men really aren't just doing this shit to them. They're not.
But that's not spoke on either. Because I'm a brother. I'm sure you. I don't know you, Brother Manny. But just from, what I mean, outside looking in, I can tell you speak. You stand on some type of morals, integrity, and respect for yourself.
I try.
You know what I mean? So, and that's what we should do. I'm a father. I have a newborn daughter, just born 420. So I'm one of the ones that's speaking, and not just into our women, but into these young brothers. To yes, we still have to take accountability. You know what I mean? But it's a lot of fucked up shit when it comes to the root of growing up just one mother household, vice versa of just being a father in a household raising his daughters. Like I just feel like we need to all take accountability, but especially us men, because I feel like we are the teachers.
Yeah, definitely, I'm not, and I don't think the issue is me. Like for me, in any logical or sensible man, if motherfuckers got on here and say, because I do it all the time. I say, if the problem isn't saying that men need to start holding black men need to hold other black men more accountable. We need to, you know, better our, you know, our public image amongst one another. We need to learn or promote respect, dignity, morals, principles, characters, leadership. We need to step up and do what we need to do amongst men. If that was the
Absolutely.
conversation, I don't think any decent dude would disagree with that.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Facts, facts.
But that's
Nobody,
not the
everybody agree.
conversation.
Everybody agree with this. It's never the kind like with them. It's always y'all need to fix yourself. We perfect. We don't gotta
Right.
fix ourselves. It's always and most of the time, like even with him, with dude, like we like for the most part, people agree with him. And like when you talk about how black men need to be better leaders and stuff like that, like you said, most decent dudes believe it. But it's when you just literally like placing everything on men. Like, okay, we all agree with that, but it's like you missing a
Dog.
huge part
I
of what's
literally,
going on.
bro, that's what I'm saying. If I would have, bro, I was when I left the last job I was at, mind you, I'm saying I pull up. I pull up to say hey to my old coworkers, right? This one chick. Now she been sweet on me for the entirety of I worked there. Mind you, I was one of the youngest dudes that worked up there. It's an office building full of old cougars and shit that hate their husbands and shit like that. They would hit on me, front on me, all that shit all the time. But this one was very sweet on me. She was leaving. And I'm standing there talking to my homegirl, and this was her last day before she left. So I guess she was just like, I'm gonna shoot my shot. Lady always made me uncomfortable. And she basically like, I'm like, it's like cubicle, like to give a little like cubicle wall to the actual building. And I'm in between the cubicle talking to my homegirl. She comes up, she starts a little small talk conversation or whatever. And somehow we get on the conversation. She was like, well, I'm about to leave, whatever. You can ride my motorcycle with me all the time. And I'm like, nah, I'm good, we good. And long story short, she literally like, I'm against the wall. She turned and like put her body onto me and like grab my arms and wrap them around her. You know what I'm saying? Type shit. And everybody just laughing. Like, this is funny. And like, what am I supposed to do in that situation?
So
Because if
Benny,
you know what I'm saying, if I get disrespectful, I'm still the aggressor because number one, she a white woman. And number two, is like she's a woman. Or if I just take it, oh, he liked it. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are things men do experience. And especially if you are a somewhat attractive man to women.
Yeah. So Benny, check this out, right? Let's take it off men and women for a second because the women are crashing out in the comments. I want all the available young black men to tell me if you've ever seen this. Have you ever been out somewhere and watch a random woman come up to a random woman, grab her ass, grab her breast, or comment inappropriately on her appearance, and they don't know each other?
Yep.
You ever seen that? Have you ever been in a club somewhere and just seen a bunch of women smack each other on the ass or grab each other by the breast or just be solely inappropriate? So this is the thing, right? I was with my wife. She's my wife now, but she was my girlfriend at the time, right? So we went to a bar somewhere and she went to the bathroom. And when she went to the bathroom, in the bathroom, a group of women.
Black men.
All right. So yeah, a group of women, right? She was leaving the bathroom, and a girl grabbed her ass and said, "Oh my God, you are so attractive." It's a white woman, of course, but you know me, Benny. I don't care nothing about that. I cuss out the mayonnaisans all the time. So I told her, I said, "Hey, yo, keep your effing hands to yourself. Who the hell do you think you are?" She had the nerve to be upset that I was upset. That she had the nerve to be indecent with someone disrespectful. This the thing. And to men's accountability, right? If you have a child, please raise your child. Please take care of your child. You have a masculine responsibility to be productive in society, right? You have a masculine responsibility to be resourceful in society. This is my message to men. Also, men, decenter female validation. Everything is not based around your access to sexual energy, right? With women. But one thing I've noticed about society is we have painted the concept that women are perpetual victims, that even when they are toxic, violent, aggressive, destructive, it's hard for most people, men or women, to conceptualize the concept because we perpetually see them as victims. So even though women know, they know homegirls that cheat on men, even though women know, they know homegirls that set men up. Even though women know, they know homegirls that can't keep her hands to herself. She always smacking or putting her hands on her man. They know women like this. But because they have been programmed by society to not even see themselves as aggressors, you can't even have this conversation with them at all. You cannot have this conversation with them at all. So that's why I ask all women, I ask them, you ever been somewhere? And you know, if you're unattractive, you might not be able to relate, ladies. So don't be upset if you just never had this experience. But if you're a good looking woman, you've been somewhere and a woman has been inappropriate with you. A woman has touched you in a place where she wasn't supposed to. A woman was indecent with you. And the problem is you can't even see women as aggressive perpetuators of violence. So you don't even think to report it. So if you as a woman don't even think to report it, why would you think that men are capable of being able to report something like that?
Preach.
And for the ones who think,
Even like, but like even during like domestic stuff though.
hold on, OG. I had a panel, I had a live a couple weeks ago where, and I did it on purpose. It was my live, and I'm sure people who were and it's on YouTube. So if you think I'm lying, go watch it. I had a live. We was discussing the YN culture, right? Chad was in here too, and we were talking about the YN culture, the young black boys. Now these are men holding men accountable, right? For the entire first like hour and a half, I only brought black men on the panel. Only brought black men on. The women like, we want to get up. I specifically told my boss only bring black men up because this is a conversation on black men about how we can, fix our image, how we can, what's the word? Disassociate from YN culture, perpetuate, hood culture. How can we make the environment within our community more acceptable to the things that don't perpetuate that type of image to our young boys? And I specifically brought black man after black man after black man up, and every last one of them. It was a productive conversation, denouncing the bullshit, denouncing the degeneracy. How can we fix this? What do we do? How can we hold one another accountable? And if you think I'm fucking lying, it's on YouTube, right? And I dropped all the men and I start letting the women up because they was in the comments. They was in the comments. I start letting women up. Boom, 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 boom. Black women. As soon as I let the black women up, what start happening? If you were in that live and you remember, what the fuck start happening? The women came up making excuse after excuse after excuse on why we need to have sympathy, why we need to have empathy, compassion, understanding for these young ass degenerate motherfuckers in our community that's wreaking havoc, causing mayhem and do. It was excuse. It was the system. It was the white man. Mind you, these were all black women. After all the men were like, no excuses. Hold each other accountable. That was your choice as a man. You wanted to do that. The women are the ones that came up and had excuse after excuse after excuse for the behaviors of these fucking men because they be enablers. They be the soft landing spot for these degenerate ass niggas after we try to hold them accountable. again, if you think I'm lying, it's on YouTube. If you were in that live, you come up to the panel. If you were in that live, specifically, if you were a woman that was in that panel that day when I was talking about that, come up and tell these motherfuckers I'm not lying.
Wasn't in that panel, but I can relate to what you're saying just based off of the fact that we know historically that a majority of men who aren't raised right usually are coddled by their moms. I feel like we all know that. To go with the story of like what you were saying before about the woman that inappropriately touched you, and the story that Mr. O was saying as well, as far as like women coming and touching each other, etc. All those things are a form of patriarchy, not doing what it or doing what exactly what it's made to do. But then the people who are usually victims of it indulge in it as well, so they can be a part of that system. And I feel like we'd be completely ignorant to ignore that.
So I want to make sure I understand you because I heard you. Women touching women inappropriately is the end result of men's behavior.
Of a system established by men, yes.
Okay, so let me ask you one more question about it. No, hold on. Let it rock.
I don't mind being laughed at or anything, because I'm being
No,
serious,
it's
and
okay.
it's important to me to where we actually
I'm
do get to
hearing.
a space of solution based, because of the gender
Yeah.
wars. To me, like I said, it doesn't help us as a people, and I feel like now we have to separate. Aside from having to separate the gender wars, we're dealing with having to face things in our own community is separating us even to a smaller number and capacity to make us unable to fight these battles. So if I'm being completely honest, it's not funny to me.
Okay, so the reason why I think the men chuckled is because you kind of gave a prime example of what Benny was talking about, the lack of accountability.
About patriarchy.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that they're not accountable
I would
for what
love
they're
to
doing.
just
I'm
let
saying
me finish so I
Okay.
can help you understand what I mean. Okay, patriarchy, right? The system of patriarchy is defined in what way? If you don't mind me understanding, so I can make sure I understand patriarchy as you also see it.
The system of abuse that is placed to put power on what is generally seen as one sex, no matter if.
Let me ask you this.
So you don't want me to answer.
Do
You want to tell
majority
me.
of
So then,
men,
can you say that instead of asking me a question that you want to finish for me?
ma'am, you don't have to be.
Hold on.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. If you coming up here to have a conversation, then that means you're going to have to accept and hear things that you might not agree with, but come to an understanding on.
I agree with that.
Don't mute yourself back. Thank you. This is what I mean by words have meanings. And if you're coming up here to just because you talk softly does not mean you're trying to have an honest conversation. If you're coming up here to have an honest conversation, by all means, you're more than welcome. If not, don't come up here and gaslight people. Don't come up here and invalidate people. And I apologize for people chuckling and laughing, and that may have put you on the defensive. So please be respectful to the men and the women that come on this panel. Do not do that, because that puts people in a defensive, like, they're not being respected. So again,
Can I ask where I was disrespectful at, or where I was not honoring someone or gaslighting someone? Genuinely asking.
Get the fuck out of my life. You can't even be fucking respectful, and I'm trying to establish a fucking baseline of respect, and you can't shut the fuck up. God damn. Fuck, man. Like, that shit is so, and that's, we can't have conversations with people like this, whether you're a man or a fucking woman. I'm trying to I'm apologizing for the behavior, holding niggas accountable, and you can't shut the fuck up and just take the win. That shit is so annoying.
I think that what was most interesting, Benny, is that she asked the question. I started to respond to her question, and then she interrupted me while responding to her question. I stopped to hear what she had to say.
But they don't say it's not conversation. They just want to be right.
But
I'm establishing a level of respect for the live, for you, holding the men who chuckled accountable right? I just did in real time what they say they want to do, and she just got to be right and can't shut the fuck up.
I mean, the point is, I was asking her. So she made an assertion about the patriarchy, right? And the thing about the patriarchy that's interesting is it would require a system in where all men benefit. If I listen to what feminists say about men, not most men don't benefit in this system at all. And most men are either emotionally immature, they're underachieving, and they're not contributing to society. If you ask misandrous. So how can a system of patriarchy exist where the person who is supposed to benefit the most from the society, according to you, aren't benefiting at all? So this is the question that I find most interesting, and this is what I was trying to get her to talk about, is even when we talk about women. So Benny, I don't know if you saw this live. I had a live about all of the filicide that's been occurring for the last year, right? And I had notable situations in cases from the last year. I put up pictures of these women who were responsible for unaliving their children, right? It took 2 hours in this conversation for the women to stop talking about where the dads were, for the women to stop blaming society, for the women to stop talking about postpartum. Now, mind you, some of these were teenagers. 10-year-old, 9-year-old. That is not postpartum. But it took 2 hours. And I listened, Benny. I just sat and listened. And then I finally asked them after 2 hours, I said, hey, ladies, can you do me a favor? When are you going to talk about the women who actually unalive the children themselves? It took them a full 10 minutes to grasp the question, Benny, because they have been raised by society to believe that even when they are the problem, it comes from something to have to deal with men. That's it. That's it.
All right, appreciate that, man. We just gonna go down now. Again, respect whoever is speaking. Don't laugh. Because I don't want people. If you're coming up to have an honest conversation, I don't want people to come in on the defense, right? If we talking about understanding, that means, ladies, you have to be open to hearing what the fuck men are saying without invalidating them. And men, we have to be able to hear the ladies without invalidating them also. If we're trying to have an honest conversation. Okay? So, all right. Now that debate. So if you don't want to respect that, get the fuck on. All right, go ahead, Nick.
What's up, Benny? I'm just up here for a short time, but I was just gonna say, no, like that live that you've had a bunch of lives, a bunch of them, probably about 7, where you've been holding me accountable. I mean, you and Chad been straight cussing their ass out and telling them how wrong they are. Majority of those lives, women came up and was protecting these very men that y'all were trying to hold accountable. And I mean, and y'all had got like real disrespectful to like some of those men at one point, like y'all were just cussing them out. So at the end of the day, I mean, the way I look at it, we got to get out the way, because I don't come up as much as much as I used to. Excuse me, because I'm letting y'all put belt to ass. That's just the reality of the situation. Like, y'all don't give them no wiggle room. Y'all, I mean, you and Chad, y'all talk about being married to the women that y'all make children with. Y'all talk about some of the topics not having sexual discipline. You talked about there ain't no excuse for go to court. You bring a child into this world, go to court. If you feel like the baby mama is not allowing you to be present in your child's life. y'all been doing it. Now, I mean, you may not be saying it the way that they want to hear it. I mean, you beef with the passport bros. You're pro-black family. You beef with them for 4 months straight, I believe. So, and you're saying y'all broke ass niggas, you know what I'm saying? Y'all going over getting cheap women, essentially. And then it's like, you could have just stayed over here in America and just acted like you had some sense. So it's like, we got to get out the way and let y'all do it. And I'm not saying I necessarily dislike it, but I see, excuse me, I see both sides in the sense where abuse does happen to men and women and children, both little boys and little girls. I've been essayed by both men and women before. So, and I never really just put that out there on the live, but a lot of, like at the club, I got into a whole fist fight. I told her ass apart because she think it's okay to put her hands on me because she is a woman. You get what I'm saying? Like it's one of the reasons why like some women think it's, where they kind of are more sexually fluid, but no, no one goes that no one makes women, I guess feel bad, or they're not as homophobic towards women when they go sleep with other women. So they think, excuse me, that they can go and touch other women sometimes. It's not all. It's not all. I'm not saying that, but you do hold these men accountable, but more times than not, women get up on this panel and they go at you. They go at you and Chad. It's predominantly you two, and y'all be cussing them niggas out, and it's a woman, a bunch of them that's protecting them. So I was in that live. I've been in a bunch of your lives. You be windmilling on everybody because you gotta go at the women too and tell them shut the fuck up. So I just kind of back you up.
Yeah, it's all good. But remember the other live? I'm gonna go and drop you, Nick. But
right.
there was another live where I was talking about mental health, like black men and the stigma of mental health, right? And how can we correct that? And I had, or and the conversation eventually led into what we're talking about now, which the women invalidated and that moon nigga invalidated. And I had a lot of that live is on YouTube also. An entire live of it was like 15 black men in total that night who came up and shared their stories of being taken advantage of by women in their family, women who their family members allowed in, random women, and they shared their stories, and it led into what y'all say we don't do, which is men getting rid of the stigma of it's okay, I'm supposed to like this because I'm a boy. Like I've had these lives, right? I've had these lives. And it's on YouTube if you want to go look, if you think I'm lying. And women were at first, the women were doing what they're doing now in the comments and invalidating and trying to spin it back around to patriarchy and basically victim blame. But eventually my moms got those women out, and the women who stayed and had some fucking sense and some empathy for the men were able to hear. Hell, a couple of them damn literally cried on my fucking live. I'm talking about it was a deep ass live that night. Real fucking deep. And it led to the women putting the mirror up and say, damn, there are some evil women out there. And it also led to solutions, which was number one, us as men saying we also need to make a safe space for men to talk about what is happening to us as boys and as men. And more solutions were, that was also the live where I said I will put my $1,000 of my own money up if you want to go and get mental health help. So therapy. I had multiple therapists come up in that live and offer assistance and services. And I put my own money up for that. And then I even extended it to the women. I said, if you got a son, a family member, excuse me, and they're not in the live, but hey, hit me up. Hit me up. And I said, it's out there. Women just don't care or want to hear it because it doesn't fit the narrative that y'all want to have. It doesn't fit the narrative. So people want to talk about accountability and solutions. Niggas putting in the work. But it don't sound like, but putting in the work, if we're honestly trying to fix our community, like I said earlier, women are gonna have to take some of that blame, take accountability for their part to play in this shit also. Because we're a community, right? It takes two. We're should be a team. So again, if this is an honest conversation and we're really trying to repair what's going on, you're gonna have to, the same way you want some empathy from men, you're gonna have to also reciprocate that empathy towards us as men also. Like, you have to see us as human also, not just big bad scary man. You're the cause of all our problems. Because if that's the view you're gonna have, even as men, if we sit back and let's say we fix everything that's wrong with us and we're the perfect motherfuckers walking around for y'all. Like, if you're not fixed yourself, if you're not ready to receive that yourself, then what's the fucking point? So, buddy Bill, you I see you got your little one, man. You go ahead and say what you gotta say so you get off. I'm gonna unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, bro.
Say, man, I'm loving the live, man. You know, I stopped by here and there. This is my first time. Just wanting to get up here and kind of just break bread with you, man, just to give your flowers, man. I appreciate what you do, man, holding everybody accountable. And that's just the whole thing, you know. I just want to get on here, man, to give your flowers, just get an ear in and just, you know, give you my little viewpoints. That's all it was, man. But I love the live, man. Keep this shit going, brother. It's all love and support.
Hey, man, I appreciate that, big dog.
Yes, sir. Yes,
hey,
sir.
Man, go on feed that baby, man.
Yeah, thank you, bro. I got you. Thank you, bro.
Yeah. And the thing is, you don't get, like, this is the thing. Motherfuckers want to police. Like, y'all want accountability. Y'all want men to step up accountability, but y'all want to police the account. Like, y'all want to police who gets to hold people accountable. You want to police what actions or things get held accountable. You want to police how that person tries to hold people accountable. Well, oh, it's your tone, it's your delivery. Like, that's what they say about me, right? No. Wait. This is what they say about me. Oh, well, it's not that what you say might be wrong, but it's your tone and delivery. But what, like, okay, y'all talking about hold your homeboys accountable, right? When I talk to my homeboys, you think I give a fuck about my tone and delivery when I'm policing my homeboys or I'm checking my homeboys? I don't give a fuck about tone and delivery. I'm going to give you straight cut truth, bruh. You either take it, rude. Okay, now I'm going to show you what rude is. Bye. How you gonna come up on my motherfucking live, interrupt me and when I'm fucking talking, and then when I tell you no, I'm rude? Get the fuck out of here. See, that's the problem. Y'all women gonna learn some respect around here. Y'all gonna learn some fucking respect. But anyways, I don't care about my tone and delivery when I'm checking these homeboys. But then when I come, so now, okay, but then when I hold others accountable, I gotta worry about my tone and delivery, how I tell you, how it sounds. No, you don't get to turn accountability on and off and direct it and pick and choose where it goes and when it doesn't apply. No, if we fair across the board, we fair across the board. Fair across the board. You don't get to pick who holds who accountable. You don't get to pick what part. You don't get to pick parts about the black community that you want to be held accountable, that you want black men to speak up for, that you want black men to, you know, stick their neck out and fix it correct. You don't get to pick and choose the parts about our community that are harmful to our community, but you disagree with them, aka sexy red culture, aka YN culture. You don't get to pick and choose when the leaders that you want black men to be, to speak up and be the leader that y'all say y'all want us to be. You either want us to step up and be leaders and be accountable of each other to lead our community, or you don't. Because what often happens is you say, okay, Hold accountable, be leaders, be men in our community. Okay, well, that means I'm going to have to check you. I'm going to have to hold you accountable, hold you responsible, hold you to a level of dignity that you may not even see or want for yourself. And it's going to be uncomfortable. And you might not even like it. But you don't get to pick and choose what you want to be held. Like, you don't get to turn it on and off on what you want the accountability to be. Because what then will happen is, oh, you just want me to hold what you want accountable, aka what you like. But then when it's you disagree, oh, shut up, be quiet. And what happens is niggas just shut up. Cause you're not. Do you know how stressful it is on your mental when you're trying to correct people or fix things or give your all into something and you not getting that shit back? So I'm gonna just be quiet. If I cannot want something for someone who does not want it for itself. So what happens is niggas just be quiet. They step back. And that goes to my point of, how can y'all keep saying hold these men accountable? If they don't want to accept the responsibility of their actions, I cannot hold them accountable. And then when you have enablers, whether it be other women or other men, they will just disassociate themselves from you, the person who is trying to hold them accountable and responsible, and they will go find people who will then enable them. So again, the problem still persists. It's like you just want the optics of somebody doing something.
It's a form of deflection,
Right,
Benny.
right, performative.
Yeah, it's a form. Yeah, it's a form of deflection, right? So, like, this the thing.
Hold on, oh, I'm gonna let the two
Yeah,
ladies.
I'll let you go ahead. Let the sisters rock. Go ahead. My bad.
But I gotta go check these kids real quick. Go ahead, TC.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good morning. Honestly, I mean, Benny pretty much hit the nail on the head of everything that I was gonna say, because I feel like it's very exhausting to have this circular argument about who's to blame when it comes to these quote unquote societal norms and how we like to basically hold everyone else accountable instead of yourself. Like, one thing about being self-aware, you have to be accountable of self. You have to know when and how you played a role in things and how they turned out in your life. So at the end of the day, instead of us having this circular argument about, well, men did this and women did this, it's like, okay, at what point, like Benny said, are we going to look within ourselves and see or figure out where we contributed to a problem that has been an existing problem since I know I'm 36, so probably years before I've even become this woman. So at some point before our children become adults, at what point do we start to create the turning point as to improve in our community, especially within the Black community? I can't say I'm not here to speak about anybody else outside of us. It's just more so like within our community. You know what I mean? Because one thing about it, when I recently applied to take my son's father off of child support, and the type of hoops that I had to go through to take him off, it's a hell of a lot harder to take him off than it was to put him on. And then when I went into the office, you would be surprised about just how many men and women, more times than I've seen women, that were definitely getting their ticket punched about their lack of accountability when it comes to taking care of their children. So it's not just a man thing, it's a woman issue too. At some point, everybody has contributed to this very problem. So what are we gonna do about it? Instead of just pointing the finger at each other. Because everybody's guilty, everybody's complicit, everybody.
Right.
So that's all I had.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of like, right, women act like these women that are just pointing the finger like, me. Like, the reason I bring up women in this conversation is to try to get them to understand that they're complicit in this shit too, that women lack accountability also. It's not to, you know, it's to get you to understand that this not a man problem. It's a society problem. People in general have a hard time speaking up about what is right and doing the right thing, right? And that's why I gave the example in my video, like the Dateline, What Would You Do series, right? People have an issue with doing the right thing, speaking up, right? That is a societal issue. It takes a very special, certain kind of person to have the courage to speak up against the hive and say, bro, that's wrong. Sister, that's wrong. That's a people problem. But somehow women turn it into a man problem. So when I bring up women in this conversation, it's to get them to understand that they are flawed also, so that now we can have a real conversation about the totality of what is accountability and how we can correct our, like, but they don't, but again, it's not to have a conversation. Niggas just want to get on here and argue and project their traumas, right? It's like at work. Motherfuckers get on here out like, oh, well, you see your homeboy doing, you need to speak up. Or you see a man doing something, speak up. When you at work and you see your co-workers over there fucking off and doing shit and, you know, taking advantage of their time card and skating on the job and they're doing the wrong thing, do you speak up and say, hey, you know you're not supposed to be doing that? Or do you walk your ass by and you say, shit, that's crazy, man, but I'm gonna mind my motherfucking business? Most of y'all walk by and not say shit. When these dudes was at work, I made that video talking about, you know, how they was having that you know, baseline racial conversation at work, and I overheard them. I didn't go sit there and just be like, man, I got my ass up and I looked them face to face and I let them know I heard them. That takes courage. Not everybody can do that. Not everybody does that. So to sit here and act like it's just so unimaginable and men are just so horrible because they can't speak up. People don't, when you, again, I use the example of that lady during the wintertime that went viral for having her son in the middle of winter in Walmart in a buggy with no clothes on. And the one that spoke up was an older black man. Y'all remember that viral video? The lady in Walmart had her son, and the black man came, an older black man came up and said, ma'am, he brought the lady some clothes, and she told him, she cussed him out and tried to call the police on him. But that's the patriarchy fault, right? That's the patriarchy fault. Because the patriarchy enables a system that allows women to, like, that's how goofy y'all sound. Everything, and y'all always want to bring up the isms and the systems, and when to try to like pseudo intellectualize all these fucking conversations. The same way when I'm talking about and holding these motherfuckers accountable for the YN culture and the image, the male black image, and what we deem masculine and not masculine, and trying to correct that. I had women come on the panel and they want to fucking pseudo intellectualize the conversation with the boogeyman, the school to prison pipeline, and the environment these boys grow up in, and the white man and the crack. Bro, it still boils down to a fucking choice. It's still a choice. You have a choice in it. So everything ain't always got to be the system and the patriarchy and the white man and the CIA and institutional, like, I don't know, man. Like, god damn. You do have control over yourself. Like, I don't know. But go ahead, Sunflower.
Good morning. Can y'all hear me?
Good morning.
Hey y'all. So I just want to touch on two things that I heard. This is my first live with y'all, and I like it, even the argument. But The first thing that I wanted to speak on was when Mr. O spoke about, or when y'all were speaking about when men are um, touched on, or there's no empathy when it comes to when a man has been violated. I personally, just being 100% transparent, I've never a day in my life been like, hey, dad, what was your experience growing up? Or hey, brother, what was your experience growing up? Or what all went into your mentality to make you a man or a leader? You know what I'm saying? When it comes to when you guys were speaking about women touching on other women, growing up, most women, your mother didn't say, "Hey, did that lady touch you? Don't let a woman touch you in your private areas." It's always you don't let a man touch you. You don't let a man. You don't let a man. So when it comes to a woman doing it, we're more comfortable. They feel like a woman is more comfortable letting another woman go into the bathroom with her child. Like, hey, I have to do this. Can you watch, watch my child? You're more likely to give it to your child to a woman, but we don't realize how many sexual female predators that there are. Like, they're there, the statistics are there, but we don't actually look into it. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like I
Well,
didn't
but
agree with
but
the
their
three.
but their counter to that would be, well, it's still the patriarchy fault.
No, I wouldn't say that. I personally don't believe that that's how it is. I feel like um everybody's different. Everybody has experienced life differently, but I just from my personal experience, I will see that women are more open to other women because again, my perspective, I feel like we were never taught, hey, the same thing applies to women as it does with men. You still have your boundaries with a woman as you do with men. I personally have never had a boundary with a female until I became older and was like, hey, hold on. This really don't feel too comfortable as girls. We're more comfortable with changing in front of each other, going to the bathroom with the
True.
door open and things like that. So when a woman touches you and you're dancing out of the club or whatever, that's not where your mind goes, but it should, because if it was a man, it would be the same thing.
Yeah.
And the other point I want to talk about was like the tone. Like people say, well, they've been saying like, oh, it's your tone or how you deliver a message. My mother has never been a soft-spoken woman. You can still get the message if you overlook the tone. Somebody's tone of voice and how they're speaking to you, it doesn't take away from what the gist of the conversation is. Um, that's pretty much it. Oh, and also about accountability. Just being honest, how many of us know mothers that are either on child support or you see a mom with multiple kids, like you said, the kids aren't bathed, hair isn't combed, but they have their nails done, their hair is done, everything else. You don't say anything to her like, hey, you don't think you want to, you know, take care of your kids in a better way. You're looking good. You're head to toe, you're good to go, but the kids aren't.
Nah, she doing the best she can.
No, it's no such thing. If you're doing the best you can, you could have went without the hair and the nails. You could have went to Walmart, Family Dollar, got a little outfit, some shoes, brushed their hair. It would be so simple. But I feel like just listening to this conversation, I've been in a few lives just listening because myself asked the question and I got basically what you're saying. I asked, as a single mother that's raising a son, what is the advice that a man would give me as to I'm not a man, so I can't be a man? What is something that I can instill or some steps that I can take to better my son to be a man because I'm not one? A lot of my responses were, well, you black women need to watch your tone, or you black women need to do this and this, that, and the other. But I did have quite a few men that were like, hey, make sure he has no role models, get him and this. And it may not have been in the tone or the way that they said it to me. I may not have liked it, but it doesn't mean that I didn't get the message. That's
Yeah.
it.
Appreciate that, Sunflower. Yeah. Yeah. Um, it sounds like as much as so the women do agree with generalizing. Women do agree, at least on the internet. They agree with generalizations. They agree with collective punishment when it comes to men on the internet. Because if we all got to take accountability for these degenerate men, the small, possibly loud minority of degenerate men, we're all responsible and accountable for that, right? So that means you agree with collective punishment. But I know y'all don't agree with collective punishment, but only when it comes to men. And I know y'all don't agree with collective punishment. And if you've ever had to be a part of collective punishment, which I was, which is why one of the reasons I got out the Marine Corps, is have you ever been so for military people, right? Because these are the people that I know have specifically dealt with collective punishment. And being accountable for degenerates in your platoon or whatever the case may be. So let's say you got at my supply shop, right? My Marines. We got the one that just don't give a fuck, right? The one that don't give a fuck, right? And he doing shit, whatever, or she doing shit, because there's female Marines and stuff too. The one that doesn't give a fuck, right? It's late to PT, just a problem causer. Don't work, no work ethic, fucking shit up, just don't care. Now, everybody got to get information, and we all got to get punished for the one motherfucker who don't care. Now, it's one thing if they don't care, but then everybody can quote unquote hold them accountable and they're willing to accept it, right? Accept responsibility for their actions, right? Now we can move forward. We can, try to correct this. But if you've ever had that one that they just duck accountability, it's an excuse, it's everybody else's fault but theirs, and you continue to get in trouble and have your liberty taken away, extra PT, staying late at work, whatever the case may be. You know how frustrating it is when you got the motherfucker that don't give a damn? What can I do to hold that person accountable in my platoon who doesn't care? What am I? If leadership is trying to, punish whatever, fix it, they don't care. What can you then do outside of trying to whoop their ass? Nothing. 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 And that's what I'm trying to, that's why this conversation that is spiraling is so disingenuous. Because if the person doesn't accept responsibility and are accountable for their actions, nothing you do, and you could even probably whoop their ass and they still won't care. They still won't care.
So,
Oh,
Benny,
I'm sorry.
no, you're good, sister, because I'm about to leave. So, Benny, I wanted to ask you something.
Yeah.
First off, great conversation, by the way. Like you said, accountability, right? I think what the major proponent about like accountability that people are failing to acknowledge, accountability requires some action or thought from the individual that needs to be held accountable, right? So I'm a married man, right? I don't have no kids out of wedlock. I ain't nobody's felons. I ain't got no baby mamas, none of that stuff. I don't have men like that in my space, in my circle. You a married man, Benny, you can't bring your player friend around your wife. She don't like him. Or your friends that don't care, they take care of their children. They can't come over to your house, right? This is how men hold irresponsible men accountable. We don't associate with them or give them access to the resources we've acquired by being men of purpose, right? And I think women don't recognize that, right? So I've tried to kind of explain to women, like, look, for most of it is this. I knew somebody in high school who had a baby after high school. He don't take care of his son. His son has graduated from high, he's going to college now. That man has not seen me in a decade. That was my stick boy. That was my stick man. We was my homie. We did everything together. But the moment he showed irresponsibility, I didn't associate with him. I think the biggest thing that I think men need to have women understand, and that this is where we can then come to understand one another.
Yeah.
Men and women do things differently. Ultimately, ladies, the way men hold irresponsible men accountable is we don't associate with them, because we're going to move on. We're going to be progressive. We're going to build businesses. We're going to form organizations. We're going to pour back into the community. And we know someone who can't even pour into his own children is not going to be part of that initiative regardless. And people pick at the way men approach trying to relay information to women. But ladies, ultimately, the biggest way we can protect you from men who don't want the best for you is to teach you how to avoid them, because those men don't value our moral system. Those men do not value our moral system. They don't value the principalities in which the way we live by them. You know what I mean? So I can tell him all day, take care of your kids. I can tell him, go get a job, go learn a trade, go do this, go do that. I can tell him a bunch of stuff, but he doesn't value those principles. And the only thing he values is the reward system. And unfortunately, ladies, you are the reward system, right? For these men. So once the reward system is taken out of his reach, that's the only kind of accountability we can have for irresponsible men, removing their access to the reward system. Or at least that's what I think would work. So thanks, Benny. Great conversation. I got to tap into you more, man. And salute to the panel and the audience, y'all.
For sure. Bees out there. Oh.
Okay, Benny, can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Joy.
Okay. Good morning, and thank you so much for letting me up. And good morning to your panel and to your guests in the chat. I just wanted to say, watching, you all, I work in domestic violence organization, and what I've learned is, and I know you all were talking about the system, but what I'll say about the system is set up to coddle women. Okay. From my perspective, in the organizations that I've worked in, it's always to support the women. It's almost like they're never wrong. They can be wrong. They half the time are wrong, but it's just set up to coddle them, to make them feel better. Just a quick story. When my son was in college, he played ball, right? And they used to have meetings where they would tell the young men that when you go to these parties and you see the young woman drunk and passing out and this, that, it's your responsibility to get her home safely. Make sure she's okay. And I told my son, the next one you have, I want you to raise your hand and let them know your mother said she didn't send you to school for that. She sent you to get an education. You're not anybody's security guard. You're not, and it was a small college. It was a PWI. And I'm like, I don't want you to get in a situation where you meant to help and it comes out looking a different way. You understand? So in protecting my son, those were his instructions. You're not there to save nobody. And he said it, which led him to, they had a separate meeting with him to try to get him to understand why they were saying it. But I didn't understand it because I don't believe that. Like Mr. O said earlier, each person has to be responsible for themselves. Sometimes you do try to step in and help, and you end up getting in trouble or you end up getting killed. No, unacceptable. So I'm just saying, again, and this was in college, and it goes from college, and now when you get in the world, it's always the men are supposed to step in and do this. But here we had conversations the other week. Women want to dress any kind of way to go to the gym. You want to do whatever you want to do, and then we want the men to step in. I disagree completely. I have to be held accountable for the choices I make. You want all this equal opportunity, but then you want men to step up and do this, that, and that. Which is it? At the end of the day, we have to hold ourselves accountable. But like I said, the system is set up to coddle women, to protect women, to everything women do. Like even with this Cassie thing, all that she's done, and we're supposed to look at her as the victim. She played a part. That's just my opinion. So again, like I said, I just needed to get that out. I see it every day. Women call, trust me, I'm not saying all men are perfect. All women are not perfect. But we all have to understand that we play a role. And I just want the women to step up. You want to be treated equally and you want to make up your mind what you want to do. So That's all I have to say. I hope I didn't ruffle any feathers.
I'm sure you did, but it's okay. I appreciate that, Joy. Yeah, man. She kind of proved my point, in that I know women. Not saying she was doing it, but I know women understand what men are trying to say when it's their son. You don't want your son doing the shit y'all are telling men to do to women out there in the streets. Cause y'all know how women are. Y'all know these things. But y'all only care when it's your son. The same way y'all say men know these things, but only care when it's their daughter. Y'all do this. That's what I'm trying to get ladies to understand. Is that we're all complicit in the, like, that's why I say it's two sides of the same fucking coin. The women who are generalizing men, and they're but the way women get away with doing these things is they gaslight you. It's patriarchy. So it's like just invalidates everything, because patriarchy is men's fault. Like, no. Because if we be honest, women sit there and enjoy parts of the patriarchy too. So it's like, if you only like the women who are like all on the other side of this conversation, and like men generalizing me, like y'all are doing the same thing to men that y'all say passport bros, snow bunny chasers, and red pill men do to women. And that's why I say it's a disingenuous conversation of a hamster wheel, and everybody's pointing at everybody, and it's just a fucking struggle Olympics, right? Because now the passport bros, the snow bunny chasers, and the red pill men, they're going through things with women. Most of those red pill guys got rejected, got cheated on, got verbally abused by women. Hell, some of them physically. Like, they went through things with your fellow sister gals. And the reason that they all huddle in a group together is from those experiences. But then when they generalize single mothers, when they generalize Western women, when they lump and generalize black women, that's not right. It's not, well, my girl cheated on me, or she was a gold digger, so all women are gold diggers. And y'all are accountable for that. No, we're not. Well, that single mother, she was fucking on her baby daddy while she was talking to me, and I was helping take care of her son and her kids. I took them in as mine, and she was still messing around with her baby daddy the whole time. Avoid single mothers because they still fuck their baby daddies. Well, you can't generalize all single mothers because, like, y'all do it and y'all understand. So it's the two sides of the same fucking coin. The same coin. Choose better. Well, bitch, you know what? You're right. That's the funny thing. You coming in here trying to be funny and throw out the rhetoric that the red pill guys throw at women that can. Yes, choose better. You choose better. Men choose better. Yes, that's the funny. Like, that's why I'm saying I'm not red pill, because I had lives when I had that live telling men when I was talking about put yourself on child support as a man, go handle your business in the courtroom as a man, get ahead of the game as a man, and don't put your livelihood and your paycheck in a woman's control by letting her that was me I told them men choose better. You know the baby mama that you chose to lay down with. You don't get to lay down and create life with her and then turn around and complain because you going through, she putting you through child support. She don't want to let you see your son, blah, blah. You know that she was crazy before you laid up with her. You should have chose better, sir. That rhetoric doesn't work with me, see, because I'm consistent. That's the difference between me and y'all favorite creators on this app. I've remained consistent, and there is footage of everything I fucking say. That's the difference. I don't get on here and say shit to get y'all to click and put money in my pocket. I don't have to sell no motherfucking merch. So I say what the fuck I want to say, and I mean what I say, and then I stand on what I say. But whether you agree or disagree, one thing you cannot say is I flip-flop around this motherfucker. I have remained consistent on my stances. I know y'all ain't used to that. I know y'all ain't used to that. Yeah, get her out of here. Bye. Go to your favorite creator app. Not here. You know, whether you agree or disagree, the one thing a motherfucker can't say about me on this app with a straight face is that I'm not consistent. When I say shit, I don't have to have people interpret what I say. I say what I say and I mean what I say, and then I stand on what I say. I don't have to get my minions and my followers to interpret what I say and dissect and make dissertations about what I say. That's the difference. I'm consistent on this. So I don't that choose better and trying to have a gotcha moment with the red pill rhetoric. That's not how that works. That don't work over here. CB, man, you've been here for a while, and then I'm gonna clear the panel and let more people up. What else, CB?
Man, what up, brother? How you feeling, man? I was just sitting here agreeing with you. I just wanted to get up here and say this. Every black man in the side of my voice, if you can spare anywhere between $15 to $30, please get this book by author Tommy Curry called The Man Not. The reason I say get this book is because that book will explain a lot of stuff that's going on right now and why a lot of the things that we are talking about today here and how that stuff was orchestrated, because this man actually went and did the research. He's actually a professor right now. He's a Black American professor working out of London right now. And he did and the things we're talking about right now is in this book. And I'm reading the book for like the third time to make sure I fully understand when I'm the book before I cite anything from it. You know what I'm saying? And make sure I do my own research and do all that other stuff before I start citing things, and make sure I know what I'm talking about before I start preaching from this book. But everything in this book, I mean, he hasn't missed so far in my research what I did on myself.
Okay.
The name of the book is The Man Not. It's by author Tommy Curry.
Is that not as in N-O-T or K-N-O-T?
Yeah, The Man Not. MANNOT. The Man Not by Tommy Curry. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you that this book will, when you start reading it and you start and you ain't gonna like, unless you like some of the words I don't understand unless I'm sitting there with a dictionary, and of course my phone is a dictionary. But once you start reading it and getting the understanding of some of these words and the things that's being said, because I'm not a psychologist, he is, so I don't know. I don't act like I'm a psychologist and I know psychology words. I need to actually look them up. You know what I'm saying? So when he's using these big psychology words that I don't understand, and then when I read the definition and get the understanding of the word and understand what he's saying in a sentence, it breaks down everything what he's saying completely, and it's wild. But other than that, I just wanted to say the problem, and that's Chris. He's speaking facts. I don't know what I'm saying. I just want to say that the problem that we have in our community is that we have one-sided accountability taken, and anybody with a brain can see that. You know what I'm saying? Because because even though a lot of people have a problem with taking accountability, and especially in our community, and especially some men, I hate to say it, but it's a lot of our ladies don't like taking accountability either, and they don't like taking accountability for their own choices either. And I understand that when we as men talking about these things can sound like we punching down on you or trying to drag you or anything like that. No, the way men talk, like Benny has said, if me and Benny homies, right? And I'm saying, and I'm talking, and I'm telling Benny my problems, and then Benny come up to me and be like, "Oh my nigga, this is what you doing," blah 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 blah. He's not worried about the tone of it. He knows I'm not worried about the tone of it. He might even yell at me. He might even curse at me. But the point of what he's saying is what he is saying. Is the words coming out of his mouth going to benefit me? Are the words coming out of his mouth coming from a place of caring? Is the words coming out of his mouth, because words have definition, and he might just be emotional because of what we're talking about? Is the words coming out of his mouth more important than the tone and the aspect of it? most men are going to look at that and be like, yeah, because I've done it with my homies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I tell my homies about themselves. They don't do what they say. They don't do what they're supposed to. Don't talk about your baby mama if you ain't over here doing what you're supposed to be doing there either. You don't got that footing. That's how we talk to each other. And if you can't accept that, my nigga, I don't know what we gotta go and talk about.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's just really that simple. And I guarantee you, Benny don't hate those dudes. And I guarantee you, the dudes that disagree with him don't hate Benny. If they still came across there, probably still be like, "What's up, homie? How you feeling, man? How you been?" But it's just something simple that's happened. As sometimes the way you move, I can't associate myself with that.
Right.
The reason why people try to stay attached to good people, and especially good men, is because good men are a rarity. You know what I'm saying? Or good people.
Right. Those are good people.
Good people are a rarity. So people try to stay attached to good people. You know what I'm saying? So in this whole conversation, when I tell people, if you're going to talk about the problems in the black community, think about it as a pie system. If you want to talk about it, think of a circle. A pie is a circle. Half, we're going to cut that motherfucker in half. We're going to put half that responsibility on white supremacy. We ain't got to go through that. We had enough scholars. We had enough people. We know what it is. We see it right now. You know what I'm saying? We already know that. Now, what's about that other 50%? There's another 50%. You have to also cut that in half. That's black men and that's black women. That's 50% of that part of that accountability that we have to take. Women, you do BS. We know you do.
You know what's funny?
Men do BS too. But we know that. And Benny ain't gonna sit up here. Like, I disagree with Benny sometimes. There's sometimes where I'm like, man, this nigga.
Yeah, I don't expect
And
that.
he don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Know what I'm saying? And I'm pretty sure if he would disagree with me. And guess what? I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? But the things we do agree on, which is taking accountability for certain things, me and him gonna look at that and be like, okay, we could at least move on with that. But you know what I'm saying? You wanted to say something, brother. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I'll say, you know what's funny about this? That's why this conversation is disingenuous. Because, for example, like ladies, if I'm wrong, say I'm wrong, but be honest with yourself. I'm about to hit y'all with something. So, per y'all favorites words, majority of the men that majority of women deal with ruin their fun or weirdos, blah, blah, blah. That's what he said, right? But then, when you have a video that goes viral, right, of a woman who's in a relationship or married, right, and she has male friends, and she's hanging out with those male friends, and she paints men who don't. The premise of the video is, oh, ladies, if your man don't let you have male friends, he's insecure. And then all the women get in the comments and stitching them like, yes, girl. What's the one thing all the women always say? I don't really have a lot of female friends because women are catty. Women are conniving. Women are they are backstabbers. Women do this. And so I don't even get along with women. Most of my friends are men. I've always had male friends. I ain't even gonna say nothing. I'm gonna just let that sit. I'm gonna let that sit while I go use the bathroom. I'm gonna let that sit. Y'all talk amongst the comments.
Did my man just walk off? Just say that and walk off like that?
Yeah. Well, what's going on with you, CB?
Man, nothing, man. Hey, the floor is yours, brother. I said what I had to
Oh
say.
yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, but yeah, when Benny come back, I'm gonna introduce myself or whatever. But this was a cool panel, cool discussion to have. But when they sit up here and say we need to hold men accountable, I always look back at a time where I really never spoke on nothing. Cause you know you're going through life, you're going through school, and oftentimes and not, I feel like people know the fine line of right and wrong. You dig what I'm saying? Because a lot of stuff be perverted to the point where not as far as being a pervert, that just mean you something is abnormal, not done the right way, but people getting congratulated for that. You know what I mean? So sometimes it just take for you to grow up and you kind of just see it for what it is. So when I start holding men accountable, then it be my women counterparts. They be like, "Why you talking to that man like that? Why you doing this to that man? Why you saying that to that man?" But then oftentimes than not, I kind of realize that, these people that we see today come from a woman. So certain stuff be harsh. So even if you hold a man accountable for treating a woman wrong, talking to a woman wrong, like any woman from anywhere can sympathize with this person that we trying to hold accountable. And I started saying back saying how I become the bad guy. You know what I mean? How I become the bad guy for trying to hold this brother accountable for whoever he is. But oh yeah, hey, how you doing, Mr. Benny? Brother Benny, you all right? But I was just speaking on how can we get the conversation to be how can we actually hold men accountable when women really kind of gonna sympathize with anybody because we come from a woman. And oftentimes and not, when I try to do that, it just still like blow back on me. You know what I mean? From like a from that type of standpoint. So that's why I just sit back and say it's easy to try to hold a man accountable, but if you, like you say, don't work on yourself and just pay that back forward, it's kind of just not gonna work out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Did anybody answer my question?
Nobody answered your question. They just said you cooked and walked off the mic and dropped that bitch. That's all they said.
Hmm. I mean, excuse me, cheesing in my mouth, cause I find it ironic, and they, I'm sure they're gonna be women that act like that's not a rhetoric out there, like women don't come out. But let me guess, the men that are your friends, they're the good men because you have the discernment to sift through all the men and find only the good men that are your friends, right? Let me guess. That's what that is, ladies. I'm sure that's your answer. But when men say, bro, I don't associate with those guys, the guys in my circle, they're good men, we're lying. We're lying. Funny how that works. Now I'm gonna bring a bunch of, I got a panel here, but I'm gonna go ahead and drop y'all a bit. I'm gonna bring some more, some new folks. So appreciate it because men lie. Yeah, because women don't lie, Shaqueen. Women don't lie. Women don't cheat. Women don't lie. Women don't abuse. Women don't manipulate. Women don't do nothing but be pretty and feminine and just women don't do nothing. Women like Miss Nika don't exist. They don't exist. Women like Remy Ma don't exist. Women who have a good man and then cheat on him with a battle rapper. Women like that don't exist. So women just, walk around smelling like honey, fruits and berries. Just blessing the world with their feminine divine Mother C. Moss Gold energy. Cocoa shea butter. Yeah. Women are wonderful. Oh. Oh. Motherfuckers. Y'all don't even believe that shit. The internet's not real. How many women in real life I know? Like I got 5 sisters. Y'all act like we don't be around y'all. We don't grow up around. Women hate other women. Women can't stand other women. Y'all can't. You got women who are, and that's why y'all think men do a lot of this shit, because women do this shit. Women will be friends with a bunch of filth and then gossip about one another just because they want to be in somebody's business. You'll be, yeah, girl, yeah, girl, yeah, she ain't shit. She be cheating on her man. I said, da, 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 da. And you'll hang up with her and get on the phone with the other girl and talk shit about the girl you was just talking shit to. Y'all, we know y'all do this shit. That's why when y'all go on these girls trip, it implodes because y'all don't be friends. Y'all be doing the same thing that y'all say men do, which is hang around niggas they don't know. See, but the difference is y'all think y'all know these women because y'all share all y'all fucking business with each other. So y'all think y'all be knowing these women and y'all are friends because y'all gossip. And y'all share all y'all intimate details of one another. And y'all be emotional crutches for one another. But y'all really don't be friends outside of gossip and drama. But y'all think y'all are closer than y'all are because y'all just, yeah, girl, I know her birthday. I know her kid's birthday. I know her man. You know all her fucking business, so you think she your friend. Know all her business, but you think so. Y'all think men operate, and there are some men who move like that, but men generally, that's not how we move in our friend circles. So y'all think because that's how y'all see that's the problem with thinking we're so fucking equal. We're equal in terms of we all deserve respect, dignity, common courtesy, but we're not the same. We don't act the same. We don't socialize. We're different. Men don't operate like that. That's why y'all that's why y'all need to open your ears and have empathy. So when we do explain how we operate, if we're trying to have an honest conversation, so you could be like, oh, okay, I see. So it's different. Y'all don't, why you think the trend, they're like, oh, we call to say our homeboys goodnight. Women will just throw around, oh, girl, you hate the motherfucker. But you be like, oh, girl, all right, good night, girl, I love you. Whole time you hate her. Then you get off the phone and tell your man, baby, that man, oh, I can't stand her ass. She did it. Can you believe it? And he just be sitting on the pillow. Oh, damn. He got the controller in his hand. Damn. Oh, for real? She be doing that? Oh, that's crazy. Uh-huh. Like y'all act like we don't. Oh, man. I'm gonna start bringing some folks up, man. Oh, man.
I didn't even do that. Oh, I didn't even mean to do that.
Okay.
Pack or something like that. Yeah. I think I don't know if he's back there. He might be gone. What did you?
Bring people up. Get this shit right. I'm gonna start from the bottom, bro. I wonder if TikTok bring people up in alphabetical order. Oh, who got that goddamn smoke detector? Oh, who got that smoke detector going? And when it comes to this accountability shit, right? Women, and that's what I'm saying. So the women come out here, poke, blame. The men get on defensive. Now everybody in their emotions and nothing gets talked about. But ladies, I want you to understand, this is why you get so much pushback and there's no honest, genuine rhetoric and conversations being had. You ever been in a relationship, right? Because every time men bring something up, it's invalidated, right? But this is how I know y'all understand how we're feeling, but y'all want to gaslight us like we're fucking crazy about this situation. You ever been in a relationship where you're the only person that has to cause you're like, well, men, it doesn't matter. Like everything we say, well, it's still your fault. It's the patriarchy. It's misogyny. It's your fault. Why you got touched on as a little boy? It's your fault. Why that woman essayed you in the club? It's your fault. As we're trying to be honest and open about the things we go through and experience, right? You ever been in a relationship with a man? Every time you express yourself, every time you're open with him, not even just a man, a friendship, your mama that y'all can't get along with, Your baby, like, and you're always, now I know y'all know what I'm talking about when we talk about y'all and y'all mother relationships. You ever been the person that's always the one that has to compromise, always the one that has to make yourself small so the other person can get their point across? You the only one that ever gets to and has to take accountability just to try to push the conversation forward to get a solution. You the only one who always is you the pro. You ever been in one of those situations in one of them relationships, whether it's your mama that y'all can't get along with, your sister, your homegirl, your baby daddy? That shit is exhausting as the person that has to be on the end of one always having to compromise. The one that always has to take the shit. The one that always has to eat it. Pause. That is exhausting. To always have to accept shit, even in spite of the other person doing something or being wrong or having a part to play. That is exhausting. And y'all know this. So why then turn around and do that to men on the internet or whatever? Why do y'all act so oblivious to that? If the goal is to honestly have a conversation, induce healing within our community, provide solutions for our community, and move forward, why do y'all act so oblivious to the shit y'all are doing when you know you don't like it when it's done to you? So is it you just want to have a gotcha moment and your chance to stick it to men? Or are you genuinely trying to have a conversation, heal amongst black men, black women, and progress the community forward? So, but yeah, we'll Troy, because it's your fault in the first place. All right, dick eater. Anyways, go ahead. We'll start from the top and move down. DNH for you only. Go ahead, ma'am. Good morning. You there?
Yes, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I do want us to get out of, I think we are talking in circles, and I do want to get to the point where we can, as men and women, say we're part of each other's healing, because that's all we have. And we've both said on both sides, women do this, men do that, women are haters, men are haters, but in knowing that all of that's true, I think we should start talking about, I know as a woman, that I do speak life, and I think about what Mr. O said before he got off. I don't award people being in my circle that don't participate in productive part of the bettering of our community. I think we need to go back to that. Like, I don't hang around women that are like, oh, I don't even like females. I like male, because what are you even saying? So I think that if we make sure that we are being the example, whether in our circle, and that people want to be drawn to, that you don't tolerate that deadbeat behavior, that baby mama behavior, then they're going to have that fear of missing out, and they want to be a part of something positive. If all the negative people are on the outside looking in, they know they have to change to be a part of something positive.
Right. I agree. But the reason why I don't think that ideology kind of works in today's society is because in, modern time, when those people get ostracized, right, all they do is get on social media, and the internet, and find communities of like-minded people to have their ideas reinforced and told they're right and the other people are wrong.
I do agree with that statement. I absolutely do. But I also think that when people in their online world, that when they step out into the real world and society, that they don't be accepted. Like, oh, I need to understand how he got this way, or I need to understand how she got this way. We have to give people consequences for what they say, which brings me to the point of, the whole cancel culture thing. Yeah, people should be held accountable for their thoughts and actions that they willfully put out there.
Yeah.
And if we don't do that, then they get to be around us with no consequences. So then nothing changes.
And that's the thing though. And I feel like in real life, these things are happening on both sides, you know, in real life. But the problem in these conversations get so messy is because in real life, right, these passport bros or the red pill guys or these women that, there are super, pink pill and man haters. Like in real life, they're not getting the quote unquote reward, right? Those men aren't getting women. Those men aren't, instead of bettering themselves as a man, they're getting rejected by other men. They're not in the pure circles of successful men or, men of quality. So they're ostracized from that. They're ostracized from women that they want to date and be involved with. You know what I'm saying? So in real life, I think that these people do suffer some type of consequence. But again, they get on the internet and behind podcasts and behind TikTok screens and YouTube pages, and they're able to, I guess find, a soft place to land that makes them feel absolved from the consequences of reality, and they're able to cope and hide behind, these types of environments on the internet, and then when people get on the internet and then they reinforce these groups and these narratives, and then it just turns into what we have now, which is just everybody arguing with each other and being disingenuous. And
Yeah, I agree.
it's difficult and it's frustrating, honestly. But how do we correct that? I don't know. Honestly, the only thing I just tell people is get off the fucking internet and go out and actually interact with people.
Right. I think that is the key. I think that will reinforce the only way you can combat what people say is real life.
Right.
The real life is not that. And we all speak from our individual experiences, but I think that the experiences that are echoing on social media is the negative experiences that
Yeah,
we speaking for black people, because I'm black. So I'm not speaking for society. I'm speaking for black as a community. I'm 42. So I know a time growing up without social media, without having a device in my hand. And I am one of those now that's like, I do think that's the issue now with society, is that people don't touch grass anymore. They don't socialize with people anymore. They don't know how to have a real life, actual human exchange of what that means anymore.
So
And
I'm sorry,
until we push people out of getting off the internet and be like, this ain't the internet anymore. This ain't social media anymore. You have to learn how to, and that's why I feel is our problem with men and women in the black communities. We've lost that level of what being human to each other is.
Yeah. And then and that's the thing, like people, you tell them to go outside, right? Get off like when we were growing up before the internet and social media, when you got ostracized, it didn't feel good, right? So 9 times out of 10, if you wanted to get the resources or have the fun or be a part of, what was going on, you had to change your behavior. If you were that weird kid that,
Yes.
you know what I'm saying? Like
Yes.
when you got put out, you was like,
Yes.
I want to be like, you felt away, right? And so
Yes.
you change your behavior to be a part. But the difference is now you get ostracized. You get on this. You know what I'm saying? You get on YouTube, and then you find a digital community. You find, you know what I'm saying? Like, hell, now you got people even making their own little AI friend and talking to AI because they can't better themselves to be social amongst people in the real world. I mean, I had a guy on my live 2 nights ago, the young boy that wanted that dropped out of college to be a content creator. And when I asked him, you know, like he was like, "Oh, I feel like a failure, da da da, blah blah blah." I was like, "Well, do you go out? Like, what do you do to put yourself?" He was like, "Well, I mean, I just kind of stayed in and, you know, I've been behind a computer screen." He was 21. It was like, I just kind of be behind a computer screen. Like I play video games. I'm on YouTube. But I'm like, you're not networking. You're not socializing. He's like, well, I'm an introvert. I was like, you can still be social and be an introvert. I was like, that doesn't do you have friends? He was like, well, I got 2. I'm like, okay, well, if you have friends, go hang out with your friends. Are you and all your friends introverted? Well, no, I got one outgoing friend. I said, so he can be the one. He knows you're an introvert. He knows he's outgoing. He can get you out of your comfort zone to socialize with people. And you know what I'm saying? I'm like, you got to compromise. And even though it's uncomfortable, you still got to do something or else you're going to be. But his reality is so warped because all he does is sit behind a computer screen all day. And there's a lot of men, there's a lot of women that do this. And that's why these conversations happen. Because nobody's out because in real life, the average woman is not just walking out getting slapped up in the fucking head. The average guy is not just walking out and, dealing with, hell, I don't even, the shit that the passport bros talk about with black women and shit. You're not dealing with that half of y'all ain't even dealing with women to begin with. The dudes that get on here and talk about, oh, how snow bunnies are so great and black women. You're not even married to the demographic of women you claim to be so much better than black women. So it's like all these conversations, for the most part, are being had due to shit they see on the internet and not real life. When I'm out in real life, this black men versus black women rhetoric, that shit's not going on in real life. When I'm out, I don't be in fucking white spaces like that. I'm around us because that's who I feel comfortable around. It's all, even on the internet, you would think everybody hates Benny Ray. Anytime I'm out in real life, it's all love. Mostly from women. Showing me love. Hey, man, I don't like what you be saying sometimes, but you gonna keep it real. When I went to go link up with Sensational. I was in the Orlando airport and women was rocking with me, older women. When I was in Hawaii, both times I went to Hawaii, women ran up to me and chopped it up with me in the airport. People have to get off the fucking internet. That's not real life. It's not real. People get on the internet, whether you're a man, whether you're a woman, black, white, people get on the internet to have their traumas reinforced, and then people will latch on to another woman or another man's story. Like the guys who talk about, marriage doesn't benefit. Like I am a perpetuator of marriage benefiting men. That's all I ever fucking talk about and push to other men, right? And the guys who say, well, marriage doesn't benefit men because she gonna take half. And they're telling the story of another man's balls. You don't even have half to take, but you talking about some celebrity or some rich man whose wife took half. You work at Amazon, but you scared to get married because you saw Amon Shumpert have to pay all this money to Tiana Trump. So they don't say both sides do this dumbass shit. And the minute we admit that, the minute we acknowledge these things, the minute we can actually start saying, you know what, yeah, if women could get on here and say, you know what, yeah, we do be tripping. Yeah, she do be, we do this, we do that. And men get on here, yeah, man, we do these things. There are men, and have some genuine conversation. We could say, you know what, but what can we do to, ladies, what can y'all do to correct or, fix this and that? Hey, fellas, what can y'all do to fix? But you know what? You know the problem? We as black men and black women lack empathy because we've been, I don't want to say programmed or, the system, but like we just been predisposed to not value one another as humans. We don't value one another. Black women don't value black men as human. We don't see the way y'all say black men don't see black women as human. Black women don't see black men as human. And I'm not talking about your son. I'm talking about random black, like just black men out there. When you see black men out there, do you really just see them as a human, or are they a threat? The same way white women see us, right? And don't give me this, well, when a black man gets shot by the cops, we're out there. Yeah, you're protesting. Are you protesting because you see black men as human, or are you protesting for your ego to say you out here doing something? We don't see each other as human, right? Black men, as we don't see black women as human. Black women don't see black men as human. And if we don't see each other as humans all these conversations, even with like, the whole like black women in the workplace and the most unprotected out of all that shit. Black men, we're going through the same things. How black women talk about their hair in the workplace, how they talk about, having to make themselves feel small in these areas so they don't offend people, and black men go through the same thing. So black men got to stop gaslighting black women like they making shit up. But black women also got to stop gaslighting black men when we tell y'all we understand. No, you don't. We got to do the same. We're going through the same shit. That's the thing. That's the thing neither one of us understand. We really going through the same shit. The same shit. And we really need one another. But we'll be too busy caught up in struggle Olympics, arguing back and forth about you don't hold him accountable. And the whole time we just doing this. And these are the same fucking topics that get rehashed 50-50. Accountability. Like these are the same conversations over and over and over. And it's not beneficial because all niggas are doing is participating in the struggle Olympics or blaming the fucking white man. And the whole time, nobody is taking accountability. Nobody is admitting they're wrong. Nobody's admitting that they're participating in the fuckery. So nothing will ever get done. And the entire time, we're doing this. And we don't get no fucking where. Nate, what's up, bro? What you got?
So just a question. I don't really have like a general statement, but when it comes to just like, holding people accountable, and for like me and my life, I've always just grew up in like a diverse community of just like white, Spanish, Asian. I just been around a lot of cultures and like people groups. And one thing I observe is specifically like on this topic is character analysis. Like what I realize, some people consistently choose people with like bad character.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, when are you gonna learn? Like, what are you not learning when you consistently choose like bad partners? So basically, like, my question is like, what is your perspective on like when it comes to character analysis of choosing partners, just to get like a different perspective? Because I'm more at the point, I try to give grace and I try my best to like help the people that are close to me, but it's like when you consistently put yourself in the same situation, I start to lose grace for you. So
yeah, of course. Me personally, when that started happening, I fall back. No matter who it is. And I got less patience now than I ever did. I give people like I give a common level of respect, dignity, courtesy to anybody. You start at 100. And from 100, your actions and how you operate, that shit gets deleted. But if That's what I'm saying. If a person doesn't want for themselves, all this talk of accountability and it doesn't matter. And the only thing you can do as a person who is trying to get through to this unaccountable ass person, whoever it may be, baby mama, baby daddy, parent, sibling, child, partner, friend, whoever it is, if they're just unaccountable, nothing you say, nothing you do can change that. They have to make the choice to be different, to be better, to accept their actions and the consequences that come with their actions and the things that they've done or said. And if that doesn't happen, the only thing you can do as the person who's on the receiving end of this shit, you can either continue to go down the path of trying to change their mind or whatever. You can make the decision to stay and stick it out, or you can go on about your day and chop it up to the game and let life teach them. Because at the end of the day, life is going to make you accountable whether you agree, like whether you can avoid it from people all day, but life has a funny, you call it karma, you can call it God, whatever, the devil, whatever you want to, whatever you believe in, whatever the spirits, the answers, life has a way of making people accountable. That's just what it is.
Got you. And just seconds
And
to
it
that.
doesn't make you a bad person for stepping back.
Yeah.
I want to throw that out there.
And second to that, it's like what I also realized too is that they like I know a few black women in my current life, just are like friends. They are with dudes that are like projects, like someone they can like try to fix and all that. But it's like,
The
why don't you just?
potential.
Yeah, it's like, why don't you take? Like in my head, I'm like, why don't you just take who you think is like a man? Like it's clear, like you'll know when somebody has worked on themselves and they're like a good man. Like what's hard? I understand like people grow up differently, and some people don't grow up in like the same environment, and we all see different things, et cetera, et cetera. But it's like, why is it people are so drawn to the project instead of like taking the way I think about it is like think of like a sports draft, the best available in terms of versus when you a player you can develop. You know, why is it that like I see a lot of women always take the person you can develop rather than the person who has like their polish, you know? They're not perfect, but like they've done enough work and you know this is the person who I can do life with. But instead they take that person who they want to try to let's see what we can do, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because people, and women ain't the only ones who do this. Men do this shit too. That's how you get these dudes that cry about their baby mamas. People like projects, man. People, it's partly, it could be their ego, which a lot of times it's ego, or there's something inside of them that is broken, that is hurt, and they need that type of like you. So for example, you got those men and women who pick dysfunctional relationships and people to be in dysfunctional situations with because they're allergic to stability. They grew up chaotic. They grew up or whatever their background is. They're allergic to stability, right? That they thrive in fucking chaos. And anytime their life gets to a point where in like in relationships, for example, you get those people who, let's say they got a good guy, right? That treats them right. Everybody's like, man, girl, you should sit there. Man, he's great, girl. What? Well, I mean, yeah, I just don't know. I just can't. Like, they look for a reason not to choose stability because they only feel comfortable in chaos. They don't know. They haven't done the self work to be able to accept that they don't have to live in chaos. That they're afraid of peace. And when they get in peaceful situations, they self-implode because they don't know, they're not equipped and healed enough to even accept that. So rather than do the hard work, which is heal, address, and fix and self-correct, they self-implode. And it ain't even just got to be with romantic relationships. It could be friendships. It could be work, opportunities. It could be just, you got people out there that don't know how to accept peace. And a lot of us black people don't, because we do unfortunately grow up in chaotic situations. So you gotta those types of people have to heal. And if it's not your ego, then it is your because some people just do it for the ego. They want to be able to say, cause like I said, men do this shit too. They'll pick the project woman, the woman that need that's why I don't subscribe to the men that get on here and they're like, oh, ain't no good women. No, it's good women. It's plenty of good women. She just might not come in the package you want. And a lot of men have run into good women, but they was too busy thinking, running the streets, thinking the world is their oyster and dogged her out, left, you know what I'm saying? But you want to chase the IG baddie, the party girl, the woo girl. So if it's not that person's ego that chooses that, 9 times out of 10 it's their ego, and if it's not their ego, it's they're not healed, and they need to do the self work to be able to accept that the peace instead of thriving in chaos.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, so whatever homegirls you talking about, let them go, man. Let them go and let them learn, man. If that's who you talking about, it's just some people, man, you can't save everybody. You can't save everybody. Even like I said, take it away from accountability on men, like even black community. People get mad at me and say, oh, you wag your finger at black people, when I hold black people accountable for the degeneracy within our community, when I hold our people to a standard, when I denounce degeneracy and bullshit and things that perpetuate, negative stereotypes on our community. And they say, oh, you're wagging your finger. You think you're better than, you're elitist, you're a coon. Am I, or you just don't want to, like, when I talk about, the elite, the elitism or that people claim, because I'm telling folks to stop indulging in degeneracy. And I'm like, why? And they're like, well, you just, or, because niggas love sprinkling in white supremacy. You're just you're upholding the European standards of black people and the system of white supremacy. You're holding Eurocentric. No, nigga. Why do y'all act like black people can't have, when I talked about debutantes and cotillions and etiquette and stuff like that, why do y'all associate blackness with degeneracy, with bullshit? Y'all act like black people can't have decorum, can't have standards, can't be bougie, can't have etiquette. Like we just gotta be fucking monkeys everywhere we go. And you have to accept that this is no. But that's me holding us accountable to try to be better, and motherfuckers will tell me to shut up. I'm being elitist. And I used to drive myself crazy, like trying to, convince and change the minds and argue it. But it gets exhausting. And you have to realize, whether it's when we start talking about accountability, when we start talking about holding people responsible, we start talking about a plan of action, right? Calling out our flaws and then providing solutions to course correct. Not everybody's everybody can't do it. Everybody can't do it. So stop focusing on the ones who don't want to do it and focus on the ones who are willing. Damn, what the hell are these kids? And that's all you can do, because you'll drive yourself crazy trying to convince the homeboy, the homegirl, the family member to come along. You'll drive yourself crazy, bro. Help the ones that want to be helped, and the ones that don't. Even if you might love them, I love you, sis. I love you, bro. I love you, girl. But I I gotta protect my peace. You're not ready to receive what I'm even trying to give you. So you can maybe you can receive it somewhere else. Maybe life will show you. Maybe you'll never get it. But you everybody can't go, man. Everybody can't go.
And I'm happy you brought up that point of like you love and care for these people, because it's like sometimes you see things that they don't see. Like sometimes like I even like know these people that they get themselves in this situation with, and I'm like, oh, you really don't know what you about to get into. But it's like I try, like I don't want to be like, I don't think you should do this, I don't think you should do that, because sometimes you just got to let people run their course. But it's just that love and that care. You don't want to see them go downhill or just like hurt.
Yeah. And sometimes there's nothing you could do but be there when they fall. That's all you can do. And even with that, even with the notion of being there when someone falls to pick them back up, with me, nigga, you only get so many times to fall doing the same damn shit, and I'm gonna just leave you there. I'm gonna just leave you there. I ain't gonna be, because now I'm a crutch, and when I'm a crutch, you'll never learn your lesson, right? And that's how you get those. Like I said, like for my brother, the one I tell everybody. Like I said, this is how, like, when I talk about shit, because I actually lived, experienced, and done these things. My brother is, I'll tell y'all all the time, the brother that I have that I will spit on when I see him. He's the one of the men that women talk about. Don't take care of his kids. And he my brother. Don't take care of his kids. Be out here putting his hands on with all that degenerate shit. Try to help him, try to talk to him, lumped his ass up before. None of that shit worked. None of it worked. Because people are going to make the choice regardless of what they want to do. And the entire, like, my mother, my father, it was the entire family enabled. Because only thing they could see was the little 14, 15-year-old boy that, could have went to LSU to play football and, had all this potential in life. That's the little boy they see. Not the man that is now. The addict, the abuser, the degenerate, the one that doesn't take care of his children, the one that disrespects everybody. They don't. So they always enabled. Every time he failed, they picked him up. Every time he failed, every time life was going to teach him, they stepped in and took away the accountability that would have came. And enabled, and they would have crushed. So with me, that's why he never got along with me. Because, not saying I didn't try to help, but my help came with accountability. That's why he avoided me. That's why when I got around and when I would come back home and visit and I would check him on the shit that was going on, he had a different tune than he did with my mama, with my daddy, with my sister, because he knew I didn't play that shit. And he could never look me in the eyes when I asked him questions, so I knew he was full of shit. And he knew better. Because they used to paint him like he was just crazy, and he over here just, we can't control him. He over here trying to fight your daddy and disrespect. Your daddy had to pull the pistol out on that. I pull up, because I done whooped his ass before. But I come around and I'm like, yo, what's all this? What's going on? What you, nigga can't look at me. Now all of a sudden he got all, that's it. The way they portrayed him the last time I went home for my other brother's funeral, they made it seem like this boy, they was like, man, he got us kind of spooked because we saw him on the Ring camera and he walking around the house talking about we heard him talking, he gonna burn the house down and they made it seem like he is deranged and motherfucking crazy. They scared of him. And I pull up and I picked him up and I talked. What the fuck is going on? When I say this man had the most talk with sense, got his whole, I was like, this boy ain't crazy. This boy ain't fucking crazy. Y'all just let him play in y'all fucking face. So if people, and that's why I say this whole conversation is just, it's stupid. Because you can only, like, if the person doesn't acknowledge that they're wrong, you can't hold somebody accountable. And then let's just say they're like, well, then you disassociate from your homeboy, and I disassociate. My brother is they basically he means nothing to me. I don't acknowledge him, right? But he's still out there causing hell and mayhem. But then y'all tell men we have to take accountability for those actions of niggas like him. I tried to help, tried to hold him accountable. Excuse me, tried to hold him responsible. He doesn't want it. I ostracize him. I do what y'all say, which is shame, shun, and step away. I do. But he's still out there. Women will still line up and lay down with him and get into relationships with him, knowing he a piece of shit, knowing he does these things. He just went to another family member house out there in Washington State, causing hell and mayhem, beating up his grandpa and shit. But I did what y'all said, which is ostracize, denounce, remove yourself. But those people still go and cause mayhem. So that's why I say, what does accountability look like? I can't, even if I wanted to. The only way I could ultimately hold him accountable is to put him in the dirt or put him in jail. So when y'all ladies get on here and y'all say this, that's why dudes are fighting back so hard against it, because it doesn't make sense. And y'all know this because y'all can't even hold your own fellow sisters accountable. But instead of admitting that, y'all gaslight the men to act like we don't know and we don't see what the fuck we talking about. And then it leads, the men get defensive, the women get emotional, and then we're just arguing back and forth. So, just love. What the hell are y'all talking about? DL men. What the fuck is going on? What the hell are y'all talking about? How do we get on? Yes, I'm gonna put it on. Yeah, this is going on YouTube. I don't know what the hell. How the hell y'all get on DL people? Jesus Christ, boy, y'all love that topic, boy. Y'all love that topic, and I don't know why. I don't know what's y'all obsession and hyperfixation on DL men. That is weird to me. That is weird. But anyways, love, what you got?
How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. I think accountability is very hard for anybody to hold, whether you're a male holding men or women or vice versa, is because one of the final consequences of accountability is separation and letting go and not talking to people anymore. And so, as somebody, and I'm a woman who understands that I hold other women accountable. I hold my female friends accountable when they dating guys, and you want to come to me and you want to talk about this man. And I always say, like, do you want to hear the answer you want to hear? You want to hear the truth? They say, oh, I want to hear the truth. You're not about to like what I'm gonna say.
Right.
Because I'm gonna hold you accountable because you talking some bullshit right now. You need to give that man a chance. And if you don't hold him account, if I don't hold you accountable for some of the flagrant expectations you have that I don't think even a wealthy man could fucking give you, then I don't know why you keep coming to me. But I've also had those same female. Yes.
Quick question. When you're talking to your homie, right? Are you worried about your tone and delivery when you are checking her or addressing her with the truth?
Well, she's a close friend, so no.
Okay. I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, no, and the reason, I mean, if you hear how I talk, I look like I probably get real sassy real quick. So a lot of times I check tone professionally until someone in a professional situation speaks to me a certain way, then the tone flips and now we're no longer on professional terms. So if you're coming to me and you're telling me things about anything or anyone, and my job is as your friend, as a good friend, is to either agree with you disagree with you, or and if I disagree with you, then I have to basically tell you why. And so, yeah, sometimes those conversations don't go as well. You do end up getting in arguments because I've always been the friend that I've witnessed other female friends that when they come to me to talk about something, I'll watch how they change the story so it possibly gets them the answer that they desire. And I'm sifting through situations. I'm not talking to my own parent right now because my parent lied on the other parent and the parents are divorced and both still alive. And I said, okay, well, if you're going to bring this up, because I don't think that's the truth, and I'm telling you it's not the truth, I'm going to ask the other parent. They wanted to hold on to that. I definitely went to the other parent and said, hey, did we do X, Y, and Z? The other parent reached out and said, why would you say that to her? And then the other parent got mad at me, but I'm like, no, I'm holding you accountable. Don't lie. I don't care how you feel about the other parent at this point. Y'all been divorced 15 years. You can't lie on them, though. You
Right.
can't lie.
Right.
And now my parent not talking to me. And that holding people accountable will eventually separate the relationship or tarnish it. And you could come back at any point, but understand that the accountability is still going to be there. You can stop talking to me for 2 years and come back. I'm gonna remember that last conversation, and we're not gonna rehash it. But understand, if you do bring it up, my stance stays the same.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, as women, you do need to hold other women accountable because men don't see us from the same visual that we see each other. And as a mother of 3 sons, when I hear my friends talking to me about how they do men, I still got 3 male sons that I have at the nest. I'm definitely going to ensure that if I see some behaviors that I don't agree with, I'm going to check you on it. But I got to now take this back to my babies to make sure that they pay attention to these things so they know how to handle them when they're dealing with women like this at some point in their lives. Because that's just human behavior.
Right.
And accountability does start at home. So if your parents held you accountable, it makes you understand accountability on your own. But if you end up if you're a person who can't speak up to an adult who can't speak up to your adult parent, you can't hold other people accountable for shit. And you may not be able to take accountability well because that passes down.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I said, like, see, you the second one that's come up and brought up their son, and that's my point. That's why I know these women ain't crazy. They just on the internet gaslighting and want to argue because when we bring the same way these men get on here and gaslight women and blah blah blah, and y'all be like, well, you'll understand when you get a daughter, and men do understand that because they wouldn't let their daughter do it. Women understand what the fuck men are saying because they don't want their sons to experience or go through or be talked to or treated that way. They do the same things. Women understand. They understand. So this collective punishment ideology that they want to push on men, they don't want their sons to be a part of that. You wouldn't want your son who's in school to have to pay for the actions of another little boy in the class, and now your son has to suffer the consequences of something. If a little boy was on the playground at school at recess and he ran and smacked the little girl on the butt, essay, boom, that's assault, right? And the teacher saw it. And now she's gonna punish all the little boys in the class for that one little boy. Now your son can't go out and enjoy recess, and let's say he got a best friend, and his best friend is Emily. Now he can't even play with Emily. Now he feels bad because Emily sees him as a threat. I guarantee you, these women would be on the first flight booking into that school to let the administration, the principal, the teacher know that that's bullshit. That my son does not have to pay for that little fucking badass little boy over there.
But I also think people don't pay attention to how they address things nowadays. So holding each other accountable is a difficult thing because, I mean, by and large, a lot of people, all these people who are online saying these things, they don't have the gumption to say half this stuff out loud in person.
No, they don't. They don't. But that go to my point about people don't actually go in real life. That's how I know Okay, and the reason I know this is because when you've been in leadership positions, you know and you understand how difficult it is to muster up. Everybody ain't built for it. And we know this. Men, women, everybody ain't built for leadership. And part of leadership is speaking out when you see wrong. Right? And I've seen oftentimes from men and women alike, be pussy. That's just what like and oftentimes when you're the person that comes and you speak up and speak out to what you see as wrong to hold people accountable, you're often the one that gets ostracized for it. That's the kicker.
Yep.
You're often the one you snitching. Oh, you blowing up the spot. Oh, you over here you kissing ass. You ruining a good thing. Like, bro, why you can't mind your business? But now we want everybody like that's why I said people pick and choose they pick and choose what they want to be held accountable, who they want to hold people accountable, and how they want accountability to be distributed. And that's not right.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say one more thing. I just got done dating a man where I had to ask him a question about how well, he asked me the question, and he asked if his mother ever disrespected me, how would I handle that? And I said, well, I would expect you to hold your mother accountable. I said, I'm gonna come to you with the disrespect that was experienced, and you'd have to hold your mother accountable. I said, because you can't talk. I said, if my father talked to you a certain way and you said, I don't really like the way your father said that, and we couldn't handle it side by side in our conversation, then yeah, I do need to address my father. If my mother says something out her mouth wrong to you, my mother getting checked right then and there, because I know my mother. My mother says a lot of stupid shit out her mouth, so she got to get checked immediately. You might not catch it fast enough. I'll catch it. But no, I'm not going to address your parent because you need to address your parent.
Right.
That's your parent. And that was the kicker that ended that relationship. If I know that I could hold my family accountable for making a person feel uncomfortable directly in their face, and you couldn't do the same, then we understand that we're not on the same level, and I can't waste my time with you.
I agree on that. I'm glad because a lot of people would just keep on thinking. Glad you nipped that shit in the bud. Because then not to get off topic, but those be the conversations and stuff that need to be had. When people are actually dating, figuring one another out, because those are important conversations. So, but yeah, appreciate that, love. Jay.
Yo, what's up?
Oh, that was you with that motherfucking goddamn smoke detector beeping.
Nah, my shit was off.
Oh,
I was muted the whole time.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, bro. I agree with what you say, bro. I think this shit. I feel like it's projection, cause when women say stuff like oh all men, most men know abusers and people who and say women, we come and say I don't know who that. I've never been around those type of men, right? And then they gaslight us and say, "Oh, you're probably the one who's doing it." Like that type of stuff. They start to gaslight, and we don't hold each other accountable. Both genders. I agree to that. And when men call out like sexualizing like little girl, when mothers sexualize their daughters, right, at a young age, dressing them up in adult clothing, some men call it out like you're doing like your own. She shouldn't be wearing that type of clothing. Oh, why you? The women be like, oh, why are you looking at her in that type of way and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, and I agree with tone. Tone do not fucking matter. Like when my parents call me out in the bullshit that we do, they don't care about tone. And I think that's what we're doing when women complain uh, about they ain't shit baby daddy. And 9 times out of 10, you hear men say, pick better. You should have seen the red flags and stuff like that. I want to ask, is that too harsh to say?
No.
Okay. Because when our women hear it, they think we're tearing them down. But when we say pick better, you should have married first. See how his character is before you give him a baby. They think we're tearing them down, but we're just telling you the truth. Telling you how it is.
Well, to be fair, there are guys who well, and it go to my point of: are we trying to have a conversation, or are we just trying to have a aha moment and point to the other person and say you stupid? You know, because I do think that oftentimes on the internet, what happens is that comes off as haha, girl, you stupid, and then women get defensive, and then it leads back
I
into
mean,
the conversation.
yes. What the I think it's both. A little bit of both. It comes. It does. Sometimes it does come off as that, but some is like constructive criticism.
Well, yeah, definitely.
But like, when like the Deontay Kyle clip, right? Because I heard you was talking about that clip. When I heard that, I did get offended because how am I supposed to be responsible? He said most men don't know how to take rejection. That's not real life. There's a small minority of men that can't take it,
Well, I'm not gonna say that. I think people, but I said these
or
issues
they
that
like to
people
exaggerate it.
right, but these people that try to make these situations like male centered when people as a whole don't know how to take rejection.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And we see this play out in society that men and women don't know how to take rejection. You know
Because
what I'm saying? So they turn these people problems into men problems, and it's not.
yeah, but yeah, I agree with the men can't take rejection. Have you seen a woman who can't take rejection? I'm not trying to flip it, but like people in general can't take rejection. But he was like, you may know how to do it, but most men can't. They have been assaulted. Not saying it doesn't happen, but like when he said most women have been assaulted by a large majority of men, I kind of disagree with that.
He said most women come into the majority of men that most women come in contact with can't take rejection. That's what he said. I think people don't know how numbers work and don't
Okay,
understand what a
okay.
majority
I
is
miss it.
or the word most means. That's what I think. Because again,
Hold on, Trey. Hold on. Let Jay wrap it up. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. I was saying,
Wrap
yeah,
it up, Jay.
I was just saying, like, it's not a gender thing. And then when I hear most, I'm thinking the 51%. I could be, but it's like he's because you with the holding account your friends accountable. Most groups of men that have friend groups, they hold their homeboys accountable. There are some that don't do that shit, but the majority of them hold each other accountable. Like
Like, and if you see your homeboy doing some fucked up shit, you call him out. If he don't want to change, you separate yourself from that. But like, I don't know. It's like they want to hear one thing. This is for both. They want to hear one thing and not listen to like the other's perspective.
Yeah, definitely. All right, I'm gonna let Trey go.
I'm gonna drop real quick so somebody else can go.
Yeah, for sure. Appreciate it, man. Go ahead. Trey.
What's going on? First of all, I appreciate you letting me up, bro. I don't even have I think people are, like you said, some people are projecting. I don't think people have an issue with the word accountability. From what I've been seeing, people have an issue with the word majority and most.
The generalization.
The generalization, exactly, right? And again, I don't think a lot of people truly know how numbers work. I don't think people truly realize when you say most, you're talking about 51%, 50.0009%. You're talking about more than half of a population, right? So to say that most men do X, Y, and Z, that's crazy because I should be able to walk out of my house and see it more often than not, right? The fact that you don't just walk outside and see somebody doing these things, that alone should let you know it might not be most. It's a large number, absolutely. The number is way more than what it absolutely should be. It should be 0. The number is way more than what it should be. But to sit here and say majority, and these are words that are used for people to gain a bigger following from a certain group of people. And it's planned. You're not going to sit here and tell me somebody that's articulate and intelligent as the person that we're talking about didn't plan this. I don't
that they claim to be.
True. You're not going to tell me that it's not planned though, bro. And again, with you, I'm saying with you, right? I will give you the satisfaction of saying, like, I followed enough of your content. I've been following you for a few years to know he usually thinks about stuff before he says it. Very few things are just fly off the handle. I've put no thought into what I've said. Rants. Very few things. But again, when we're talking about this, the word accountability in our community has been over fucking used more than anyone. I feel like it's been used more than anything, right? At this point. Something happened in 2013, 2014, and that word has just been flying off the handle. Nobody's really holding anybody accountable, but everybody's looking for somebody to hold somebody that they know accountable. Somebody's looking for somebody to hold their baby daddy accountable. Somebody's looking for somebody to hold their baby mama accountable. Somebody's looking for everybody wants everybody to hold everybody accountable. But you can't hold nobody accountable, bro. You don't even have your own household in order. The people in your own house don't respect you. So how do you think you're going to hold somebody else accountable? And then again, even if you make them aware of it, it's really on them to take accountability. So even then, you can't hold them accountable still because it's on them. You can make them aware of the conversation. You can make them aware of the situation. But to actually say, hey, you should be accountable for this, that, and the third. I'm not accountable for anything that I didn't do or anything that I didn't partake in. And I like the school analogy, right? If my child is at school, don't put my child in trouble for something that somebody else did. Don't take away my child's freedom because somebody else's child decided to mess up. It's just weird, bro. We live in a society where everybody wants everybody to conform to them. Everybody wants society to conform to them, but nobody wants to conform to society. And it's annoying at this point, bro.
Yeah, I agree. And for the people who try to deflect or invalidate or use like this shame tactic of, well, a hit dog gonna holler, or if you offended by what he said, then you're probably the guy that he's talking about. Now, you know how stupid that sounds? Do you know how dumb that sounds? Now let's go to white supremacy, because y'all love white supremacy, because that's what y'all try to compare that shit to, right? So when a white person generalizes black people, and you're not the black person they talking about, you shouldn't get offended, right? You should just ignore it and keep on moving, right? By y'all's logic. Because if you speak up against it, the generalizations that black people or black women or black men might be impacted by from these generalizations, the negative impacts that come from generalizing fucking people, right? To say, oh, well, if you offended or if you take negligence to what they're saying or if you challenge what they're saying, then you must be the guy they're talking about. That's fucking stupid. And y'all know that. But y'all say it because, again, it's not having a conversation. You just want to shut them up. Because when these red pill guys say black women are aggressive, that's a generalization. Most black women are aggressive, right? We know that's not true. We know that's a generalization. But if you're not an aggressive black woman, you shouldn't get offended by that, right? You shouldn't be offended. You shouldn't speak up because a hit dog run hollow, right? So you speaking out against a dumbass generalization that is untrue but can potentially cause harmful stereotypes and implications for black women. You speak up, right? You speak against that because you denounce it, right? Because it's untrue, right? So when a man says, bro, some dumbass shit like that offends me, and I speak up to denounce that rhetoric because it's untrue. Oh, well, if you mad at what he's saying, you must be one of those men, or you must be one of the men that hides those men, or you must be one of the men that are friends with those men. Okay, so when we say most of these women out here cheating, most of these single mothers still fucking their baby daddies because you get upset, you must be one of those women that still hunch on your baby daddy. You must be one of those women that still or that are friends with those type of women. You see how the logic fucking works? You see how it's stupid? You see, like, where all them women go? You see where did the women? Where are the women that was just in my comments saying that? Where are y'all at? You see how that doesn't make any sense? It doesn't make sense. That's why I say y'all pick and choose. Y'all pick and choose. When the passport bros get on here and say most black women are overweight. And you know what? If you want to go statistics, because that's what y'all just said, well, most men are the ones committing the violent crime. Most black women overweight. Per the statistics, most of y'all eat too goddamn much. But what do y'all do? First, of course, we got to go to white supremacy. Well, the beauty standards, no. Your doctor tell you to stop eating. Your blood pressure high. You are borderline type 2 diabetic. Per the statistics, black women are the heaviest. But when the passport bros get on here and throw that shit out there, I know there are slim black women out there. I know there are black women who aren't. I understand that the body standard for our women is different than other women in some cases. But when they get on here and say, I gonna go overseas because most black women in America are too big. Y'all get that, right? But if you get mad at that, you must be one of them big ladies. You see how that logic works? You see how it works? Because somebody get on here and say some harmful, dumbass shit about an entire demographic of people, if you're the person that's a part of that demographic of the harmful rhetoric, and you speak up and denounce the harmful rhetoric, you must be the one they talking about. You must be the big back woman they talking about. You must be the baby mama they talk about. You must be the single mother they talk about. You must be the black woman they talk about. When white folk get on here and say them people, when they say black women are, whatever. When they say your son, because he a black man, he's likely to be a criminal. And Because you as a black parent speak up and say that's a harmful generalization about my black boys that can lead to other things. You see how the rhetoric that y'all are using to justify this men shit is stupid when you flip it? You see? But I know y'all not gonna admit that, because when we flip it and we get y'all to try to acknowledge that it's harmful rhetoric, you do what that moon nigga did earlier and say, well, it's patriarchy. Well, men pretend like, and that's why I say it's a disingenuous conversation. What did? Oh, that's a flower. I thought that was Peppa Pig. Many good.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure meeting you. I like your content. I like what you push out. You're not biased. And you made a valid point that I was listening to earlier. And you were saying that if you flip the rhetoric, people don't like it. And a lot of women come to defense like, well, not all African American women like that, or not all of us is obese. And it's not the same way when it come to men. It's like, well, most of y'all like that. It's like that. It ain't no argument about it. But you also said something else that stood out to me. It's like people love to throw out the word accountability, but then they don't know whether or not they want you to mind your business or hold them accountable,
Right.
which is, it doesn't make sense. And what I've learned is the only thing you can start to do is accountability starts with you first. And it's getting to a point where somebody mentioned like cutting someone off and just like disassociating with those people, because you made a good point. Some people you can't hold accountable because either it's going to result to violence or putting them in the dirt, because some people are not used to being held accountable and they take it as disrespect, or you in a business, or you coming at them crazy. So it will get physical, and a lot of times, some men don't feel like getting physical with the ignorant person who many people have spent years trying to hold accountable. So you disassociate. So, and I'm gonna wrap it up and land the plane. As a woman, right? And a lot of women not gonna like this, but it's true. It's almost impossible to hold other women accountable, because it's like either you're gonna be a friend and be their homegirl, or a person gonna feel a type of way about what you said. But what I've noticed, and women have held me accountable, because I done sometimes been problematic. I done sometimes been toxic. Was I on a car twerking, drinking Casamigos? No. Was I at the club every weekend, obnoxious? No. But there was other behaviors that I had that that came secondhand from a lot of women that I grew up with. But as I got older and I went on my journey of being a better woman, and whatever, it was just kind of like I realized even certain friends I had to cut off, because even though I was ready to change and move different, because I recognized like these behaviors not normal. And when I saw men pointing out the behaviors of us women, I didn't get offended, because it's like, well, they're right. And when you agree with some of the stuff that they're saying that we need to change, it's like, well, you better pick me. Women should be able to wear what they want. It's like, no, we are literally destroying ourselves. But that's another conversation in itself. But I had to learn, and I'm gonna wrap it up and land this plane. You can only hold yourself accountable. And when you're trying to do better and be better as a woman, and be a woman of integrity, you just simply have to fall back and be like, oh, I'm cool on you, girl. No, I don't need to go out with you. You know what I'm saying? Especially because I've learned it's hard to find a balance of minding your business and still trying to be around the same people who you want to hold accountable. So I had to learn personally, my friends still wanted to conduct themselves a certain type of way. And that's just wasn't the life I wanted no more. So I just simply fell back, went about, I don't even have friends no more, because a lot of them still want to partake in stuff that's harmful to our mental health. So it's just to us spiritually. So the only thing you can do is you can have those conversations maybe once or twice, but you don't want to keep having it, because then that person gonna feel like you always in a business, and you want to mind your business at the end of the day.
You ain't
The only
my
thing you
mama.
can, yeah. So I'm gonna just land the plane and say, the only thing you could do is accountability. May be just being around better people who not conducting themselves that way. And I land.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's funny because I saw somebody. I can't remember. I know what he looked like. He got a dark skinned dude, skinny with the glasses. Looked like he got a little Jerry curl. He got the nose ring. I can't remember his name. He a pretty big creator. And he was like, "Y'all understand what we talking about? Because y'all don't even y'all got a stigma in the hood, amongst the men. Are like, oh, no snitching, y'all won't snitch on y'all homeboys. So I know y'all like what." First of all, and that's what I mean by they're trying to turn a people problem into a man problem. First of all, no snitching is an ideology in our community. Don't know, like black community as a whole. And even if you want to talk about the hood niggas that promote no snitching, the minute they get in that motherfucking interrogation room, we all see videos, they get to snitching. So, but to say that it's just men upholding the quote unquote no snitching. Okay, y'all saw the men that just escaped out of New Orleans prison. They just arrested one of their fucking grandmas. Why did they arrest one of his grandmas? Because they call her giving him money. Once after he escaped prison, the grandmother sent the boy money. I'm gonna let that sit a little bit. The 13 guys that escaped from prison down there in New Orleans. Was it Angola? I don't know. Whatever prison they escaped from. They arrested one of their grandmothers because the grandmother gave him money. No snitching. AKA mind your business, right? We ain't gonna snitch. You got women who know they homegirl is cheating on her man. Every time they go out, she even cover for her. She even covers for her. And don't act like we ain't seen this shit. Cause I've been the nigga the girl been cheating with. And her homegirl covering for me. Hell, the homegirl like me better than the girl husband or the boyfriend. That was like y'all gaslight men as if we don't see, hear, be around y'all. And we don't know the shit women are capable of. Right, I done been in situations where a family likes me better than her man. They sit around and dog the man out that she's with in front of me, and I'm the man she cheating with. This is old Benny Ray. I'm not proud of how I used to be. Homegirl cover for, mama cover for, my friend, one of my best friends who got divorced. His ex-wife, and crazy, he was one of the men, paid all the bills, put her in a house, didn't have to work. He was the man that women say they want, right? She was messing around with one of her old dudes, worked at, mind you, my partner worked in tech. So you do the math. She was messing around with a fucking Amazon worker. She was using, and he was one of those guys that she played off for the fact that he was trying to be a good man, and she would go on trips with her homegirls, right? She would go on trips with her homegirls, and he didn't want to be the insecure man. Even though he would have, something in his gut was telling him, he didn't want to come off as the insecure man because she would gaslight him like, you're controlling and you insecure. And she played off of that ego of he didn't want to be the insecure man, right? True story. So she would go on these girls trips. So he would be like, you know what? I don't want to be the insecure husband. Like, I trust you. Whoop de whoop, go girl. She would take his card. Come to find, she would be around her homegirls, her sisters, her mom, her auntie, and they hated him because they wanted her. They liked the dude that she was messing with before she met my partner. They fell out with it, despite he was a piece of shit, dog. Da 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 da. They liked him. He was charismatic. He was the whatever. That was the family, whatever. And they knew she was messing around with the nigga from Amazon, the old dude she used to talk to. They knew it. They knew it the entire time. Not one of them checked her. They hated my homeboy and would gaslight him too. So come to find out, the trips she was going on to link she was going to Jamaica, Dominican Republic, the Bahamas. She was on these girls' trips, right? Mind you, on his dime, he would give her, he paid for all of this. She was using his debit card and his credit cards to fly the nigga out on the girls' trips. That was the time that they would spend with each other. And she was going on 1 or 2 trips every month. She would use his debit and credit cards to fly the man out there, pay for rooms, flights, everything. She then, mind you, she was getting mad at him. Throughout this process, she just kept gaslighting him, and she wanted to have a baby. But he was like, no, we need to work through our relationship problems and we need to fix us before we bring a child into this. So they was going to therapy, or he was trying to get her to go to therapy, couples therapy, therapy for each other, trying to be the good man. Right? And she didn't want to do it. Getting mad at him because she was pressuring him to have a baby. Fast forward, she comes back from the last trip she went on. That's how he caught her. She pregnant. So still trying to be a good man. He in his head, he like, I don't know if that's really my, he didn't know. He knew, but he still didn't want to believe it, right? And he doing the math. He like, bro, it don't add up. Like we ain't had had sex in a while. Like how she? And the only first of all, he found out off of her Instagram story. Is how he finally got proof, right? Cause the motherfucker left his slides. She didn't cut out the slides that was underneath like one of those chairs, the beach chair thing. It was a big ass pair of fucking Nike slides. And she didn't cut that out. And that's what made him go through and find more information, right? And she's lied. She was telling her family that Buddy was the dad. But the family would gaslight my partner, right? But she eventually had to tell the truth because he ended up pulling up her, what that shit is, that app, the Flow app. He pulled up the Flow app. Well, he was able to go through her Flow app, and that's how he found out. Like, that's how he was finally able to confirm that was not his child. Because the entire time she was gaslighting him. And he was able to finally have proof that the math wasn't mathing about the last time they laid down and actually did something with each other. And that the time that she would have to get pregnant was during when she was on the trip. Now, fast forward, they getting divorced. They got to sell the house. She made it to where he couldn't live in the house. He moved out. He moves out because she called the police, got a restraining orders. He had to move out the house. The minute, and she did that so she could then move the nigga in the house. The only reason he finds out now, he was still paying the mortgage, paying the bills while she was it was like 4 months they had to wait to try to sell the house, and like the divorce proceedings. It took about 4 to 6 months, something like that. But the dude was living with her the entire time in the house he was paying for that she purposely did to get him removed from the fucking house. The only reason he found out, because he couldn't go to the house or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? He had a restraining order. The only reason he found out that the man was in the house living with her was because when she was taking pictures to sell the house, because she had a real estate license, so she did the listing. The pictures in the listing had the nigga clothes in the closet. Had the man clothes in the closet. That's how he found out she had that man living in the house with her. Now, my partner has every reason to go out there and generalize black women. That woman put a baby on him that wasn't his. He was paying all the bills, doing everything y'all say he's supposed to do as a man, trying to go to therapy, trying to fix the relationship, blah, blah, blah. He got every right to generalize fucking black women. But he don't do that. But by y'all's logic, by Deontay's logic, black women have to be accountable for that woman, for that one black woman. Y'all accountable for that. Right? By y'all logic. By y'all logic, y'all are accountable for that. But it wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be right for him to, despite being hurt by a black woman. And he had that, when I say he has every right, if he was to wake up and say, bro, I'm going to chase snow bunnies, I wouldn't even be mad at him. I wouldn't agree, but I would not be able to say, bro, I wouldn't even be able to. But if he was to take that experience, that trauma, and then go and place that on black women and say, y'all need to be accountable for her, I'd be wrong. He'd be wrong. That was his logic. That's what he said. That's what he said. That's just not what y'all wanted to hear. That's what he said.
Hey, Benny.
Yo.
First off, it's good to be back. I ain't been on this live in like a long time. But another thing, though, as far as I gotta say, this is probably the first time I didn't agree to like watching the Grits Nash podcast. As long as I watched it, this is the first time I didn't agree with him, and I don't think it's, as far as, I feel like accountability is individual off the rip, because if you're not a person that is used to accountability, that you're not gonna be able to take it.
Right.
You just it's not gonna happen. If you've been told that nothing you've done is wrong all your life, if your mama told you ain't do nothing wrong, if your dad told you ain't do nothing wrong, even if the people that love you tell you you've done nothing wrong, and it's just your circumstance, and blaming everything else and not telling you that half the shit you've done, half of what your life is based on your decisions. That's just point blank. Half of what you've done over your life is based on your decisions. Half of how your life goes is based on your decisions, whether you decide to go the right way or the wrong way. And another thing that kind of trips me out is about the whole, like, we were talking about, as far as like when we get in these conversations and we get all defensive and we start throwing white supremacy out there, and it's the man, it's this, it's that. How many times have we had opportunities to separate ourselves from that? How many times have we had opportunities to separate ourselves from whatever white supremacy is? And how many times have we participated in the white supremacy? If we being honest here, man. Like, how many times have we participated? How many times you can't sit here and say, "Oh, it's the white supremacy, it's the elitists, it's all this and this, that, and the third," and you subscribe to everything they dish out with no problem. So where's the accountability to say, you know what, I am a part of this. I am a part of this. This is what I do. I can't sit here and blame everybody else for something I do. I can't blame the white supremacy when I'm a part of it, as far as participating and subscribing to it. That's just how I feel about it. Cause it's just like, you can't sit here and keep, that's no different than getting punched in the face. Like, if not, I'm sorry, not getting punched in the face. If you know for a fact that you're in a situation that if you say something to the wrong person at the wrong time, you're liable to get into a fight every time. And it's this one person. Every time you're liable to get into a fight. If you say something crazy, they swinging, you swinging, it's a whole fight going on. You got a choice. Either you talk to that person or you don't. You got a choice. And if you go in there knowing you're gonna say something and then you go ahead and get stolen on, and you like, why is it every time I try to talk to him, he swings, or why every time we try to get in these conversations, they beating on me and this, that, and the third. You had a choice to go the other way. I gotta hold you accountable for the fact that you keep going that way. And even then, if I do that, it's still your choice to keep going that way or go the other direction. That's it. Cause it's the thing is, men hold men accountable when they want to be held accountable. Let's just keep it real. It's like, if he don't understand, just like your brother, for example, like you just mentioned earlier, if you know for a fact he not playing crazy, or he playing, he playing crazy, he playing crazy, and you know for a fact, if you walk in that room and you sat there and you told him, look, stop playing crazy for we got to do what we got to do, and he'll sit there and be like, all right, I'll stop, and then 5-10 minutes later he right back at it. What else can you do? What else can you do? Other than you gotta drop them, or you gotta drop them. That's it, man. Always appreciate coming in here. You know,
Oh,
enjoying the conversation and whatnot.
oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, pretty much, man. It is what it is.
Yo, Benny. Uh,
Yeah, what up?
so the algorithm does what it does. I've seen your content come across my FYP numerous times, and now I'm understanding why. Because you, as you stated previously, are balanced. You give accountability where it's needed across the board, because the issue is genderless. It's a people thing. It's not a man and woman thing. Now, while I personally subscribe to the fact that there's a system out there, kind of like perpetual motion, that does stuff to society, that has them rehash these every 3 to 6 months or what have you, that's neither here nor there. I only say that because you see it, and you kind of touched on them at some point. And when I say them, a number of topics that I'm agreeing with you on, because it's a people issue, not a gender issue, earlier in your life. Because I've been sitting here for a while as a spectator, but I'm coming up to say that to say this. For example, with the clip that's going viral right now this week, and who knows how long that'll last, about what this gentleman said on his podcast. And I'm gonna make a comparison that I'm sure not a lot of people like, but it'll kind of make sense because it's the whole two sides of the same coin thing. Especially when it comes to words like pandering, because that's the hot word now, especially in relation to what he said and how people are reacting. Everybody generally was rocking with him. He has a great platform and he's using it how he sees fit, and nobody had an issue. But then he clip farms this, if you will, and now it's an issue. But it's only an issue because certain people feel like, how it's been said throughout your life so far, you can't hold someone else accountable and expect them to, if they're not gonna do it themselves, you can't expect them to be accountable when you try to hold them accountable. Like, no, because the same people who saying hit dogs will holler, and if the shoe fits, wear it, and if it don't probably fly. I bet those same people know this phrase: "What I eat don't make you shit." Now you know that phrase, so you understand that the stuff they're doing doesn't apply to me. But hey, generalizations, right? And the comparison I was going to make earlier, because the reason why I say it's two sides of the same coin is, like I said with the gentleman who made the clip, everybody was rocking with him until now there's a divide. It just happens to be gender. Well, God bless the dead, if you will. No one had an issue when Kevin Samuels was putting boots ass with all the men who were calling him because he was a image consultant that people called into for his opinions. No one had an issue then. But when he, and I will be the first to admit, I didn't agree with everything he said about black women, but some stuff was just legitimately the truth in reference to what they were asking of his opinion. Then it was an issue. But prior to, when he was talking about men's sizes and what have you, and them anything in relation to a man, no one said nothing. But as soon as the shoe was on the other foot, or accountability, if you will, because there's no gender to it, it was an issue. And as far as the whole thing that some other phrases I've been hearing throughout your life that I agree are taboo: deflection, gaslighting, and there was a third one that I can't remember right now, but that alludes back to what I was saying about the system. Because you said it yourself. They understand it in relation to their loved ones. But when you say it, it's a problem, because if I'm extending my protection, provision, whatever words you want to use, to my loved ones, because I know I have to make it back home to them, it's not a problem. But I got to crash out to hold someone else accountable because they treated you wrong. Well, now let your son do that. Because, and you made I like the example you used with school earlier, because even in my underdeveloped frontal lobe young age as a youth in school, good suffering for the bad was a stupid concept.
Yeah.
So why would it change as an adult? I'm not jacking it. So yeah, simple stuff like the gaslighting and nah, fam, I can't. I I appreciate what you doing with the whole across the board stuff, because the system that I'm referring to, let's put the name like patriarchy on it. The thing about that system is, despite the fact that it was made by who it was made by, it benefits everybody. They don't want to admit it, but it's the truth, because if you acknowledge that the patriarchy, for the sake of naming the system, benefits men more, then that means that it looks at women as less than. Yet, the same system that benefits the man in this patriarchy holds them accountable whether they care about it or not, because chivalry's under patriarchy, if you look at it like that. Now, the system that they hate and want to dismantle would have men fall on the sword for them, because that's a chivalrous thing to do. So now let's dismantle patriarchy, and then what happens? We're equals in that case, correct?
Yeah.
So, well, now you have to fend for yourself. There's no society telling you this is how it has to be because the system says so. Because you decided to dismantle it, and that's what you wanted. So now we're equals. But then that falls in gender roles, and nobody wants that.
Yeah, I'm sure the pretty women, that benefit from drinks in the club and getting in the bars and clubs for free and skipping the line and being able to get into a section whenever they want. I'm sure they wouldn't trade places. I'm sure they wouldn't give that up.
Because I learned the phrase just this year, benevolent patriarchy. But then you spoke to the lapses because people try to assign gender to it in the conversation. And that's when the lapses become, because instead of talking about the issue, because apparently there's never enough time to talk about it when you bring it up. Because you said yourself, you're holding conversations, holding lives, and they say, now is not the time to talk about it. Talk about what? The issue at hand? Because it's my understanding the issue is either DV or SA or whatever the actual issue is. But because the agenda's assigned to it, now it's not the time.
Yeah. Well, you know, when I did bring up SA and abuse and things like that that been received from women and little boys received from girls, women, and stuff like that, it just again gets deflected and gaslit. Well, it's still your fault because the system of patriarchy and misogyny, and you need to fix it on your own. So we're just gonna excuse the fact that this woman just did what she did because like the fact that a woman felt again. If you're the man, right? If you're a man that carries himself in a respectable manner, right? And you're attractive and you're tall and you're what women want. And you've been in clubs and do you know how often men actually get assaulted by women? How comfortable women feel coming up, just grabbing your chest, random women at that, grabbing you, groping you, rubbing you, and it happens, and it'll be in public spaces. It'll like, and as a man, if you react to it, you're the aggressor. When you tell them, please don't do that. What do they then call you? Oh, what? Like you must be gay.
And that's the projection that, because I don't mean to interrupt. That was the third word I was thinking of earlier outside of gaslighting. Projection. Because, okay, in the same sentence that you can say every woman knows another woman who had a negative experience with a man. Okay, cool. So if that's the case, then that means every man knows a man who's done that to a woman, except for the fact that you've heard upstanding, sensible men say they don't. And the reason is because if they did, they would then disassociate from said man. And if those two things are true, then that means that all those women saying men aren't really friends with each other. So you understand that men don't build quote unquote solid relationships with men. But when a man says, I don't associate with this type of man, that's hard to understand.
I'm just like, so what you say, men do that as well. And see, and you can never bring up the shit that we experience without them doing what they say men do to them. They don't say the whataboutism. Okay, I'm talking about and bringing exposure to the things men go through with the things that their sister gals do. And the first thing this clout chaser person, who's probably going to end up getting blocked anyway, responds with is men do it too. Like what the fuck? Like I'm saying, it's not, y'all don't want to have conversation. Y'all don't want to have accountability and responsibility and have empathetic conversation back and forth with one another so we can have niggas just want to get on here and argue. Like what are we supposed to do if every time a man says something, every time a woman says something, it's well, men do it too. Well, women do like okay, we know men do this. The problem is y'all can't admit that women partake in these things. That is the issue. And until women as a collective can admit there are fucked up women out here and acknowledge there are grimy, filthy, degenerate women out here doing harm to the community, men and women and children, it can't be a conversation. It can't be a conversation because all y'all say men do it, and there are men out here that can admit that men do it. But then we say, look, man, young boy, look, we talk. I've done series about these female teachers wearing skimpy clothes. I made a video talking about the girl that purposely makes skimpy clothes and made that weird ass video about the kids in class. And women got in the comments and defended like she just because she's curvy doesn't mean the woman. Like, look at the prompt. She's trying to generate attention from little boys. But y'all are so caught up in proving, well, women can wear whatever that you can't even see that little boys are being preyed upon.
Hold on, hey Benny. So look, speaking of that, see, and I only just because this is. So I grew up in the DMV and PG County, which most know is like probably one of the most prominent, successful Black communities. Correct?
Yes.
Right? So mind you, we had curvy teachers. We had attractive looking teachers. We definitely did. My fourth grade teacher, Miss Sherrod, was bad. I still remember her to this day. But one thing about her and the reason why she was so attractive, even though she was beautiful, she kept it classy. She didn't try to be all curvaceous and wear the skimpy clothes and nothing like that. Yeah, she had curves, but she wore the right attire. She was respectful of the fact that she wanted to get our minds. Yeah, she was attractive, but she wanted us to learn first. She wanted us to learn. And it's like the problem is it's like nowadays everybody trying to be childish because it's like that whole, oh well, men do it too or women do. Don't that sound like you talking to a teenager?
That sounds like I'm talking to my third grader.
Right, you sound like you talking to your kid. Like, well, like if one got in trouble and the other one don't, well, he be doing it too. I'm not talking about him right now, am I? What happened to understand that I'm talking to you? I'm addressing my issue or addressing what it is the issue is to you and having a conversation to understand why do you feel it's okay to do what you're doing and me explain to you that it's not okay or what it's causing for me mentally or spiritually or emotionally or whatever. So it's like the thing is we back to at least with Deontay's point. It's like the thing is, I'm hearing what he's trying to say is like we all got to be accountable for the bad people, and that just all goes back to the fact of men are dogs and women ain't shit. We done heard this since we were kids, right? We done heard this for forever. But the thing is, we all know our individual experiences. We don't associate with the dogs or the ain't shit women. So when you sit there and be all like, well, all men don't want to provide for their kids. All men are deadbeat dads. This, that. I don't hang with the deadbeat dads. Dudes I know take care of their children.
It's kind of like okay, and this is what I mean, right?
Yeah.
See, I can empathize for women and I can understand for women. It doesn't
Right.
mean I'm gonna let you bullshit me. But when I combat the narrative that like the Snow Bunny guys do, right? Or the guys who get on here and be like, I'm gonna mute you real quick. The guys that get on here and they be like, oh, black women don't like men that watch anime. Black women don't like black men that play video games. They call us lame. And they throw that on all black women, right? Now, me being a sensible motherfucker who plays video games, who likes anime, who reads manga, who will cosplay and go to it. Me being a sensible motherfucker, I'm like, that's stupid. Are there black women out here who do that? Yeah. But there are plenty of black women who don't. And then I ask those men, do you put yourself, first of all, are you a fucking weirdo? That's the first, a yes or no? No, okay, you're not a weirdo. Okay, cool. I'll give you that. Do you put yourself in environments and situations where the black women who do appreciate, like, and understand that that's a hobby or whatever, do you put yourself in those environments and situations where you can meet, socialize, and interact with those type of black women? Yes or no? No. Because likely they say no. So then you cannot then turn around and say black women don't when they do. You just don't put yourself in these situations to where they do. I'm not gonna stand behind the generalizations that red pillars, podcast bros, passport bros, snow bunny bros throw on black women. Like black women don't respect black men. That's bullshit.
The
As a
one
black man
you know do.
who has dealt with black women my entire life, I've never dealt with, number one, for the most part, I've had a common level of respect from black women. And the ones that do disrespect me, I don't acknowledge them. I'm not around those type of black women, so they are I don't care because I don't associate with those type of black women. But for like black women, black men that get on here, black women don't, man, I ain't never had no black. So you done went your entire life and you've never had a black woman show you a common level of respect. Number one, you got to ask yourself, are you the type of man that carries yourself in a way that earns or demands respect from others, not even just women, other men? Do other men respect you? And then number two, so you went your entire life and never had a black woman show you an ounce of respect? That is a fucking lie. Your sister, your auntie, your brother, your mama, your granny, some lady at a church. So no black woman has ever shown you respect. Oh no, you just talking about the black women that you've probably been in relationships with or tried to be with or whatever. Those are the women you talking about? See, but the ladies don't hear me talk about shit like that. They don't hear me talk. You got people like Short Stacks that'll say, "Oh, you talking about teaching a little boy. A little boy has to have what the fuck you said? I don't fucking know what the fuck she said. Self control. Like get the fuck. Like what the fuck? Really?
You
Really?
know, we don't
What?
learn self
Hold on.
control
You
until
want
like
to? So you're gonna as a grown ass woman. As a grown ass woman, you gonna sit up here and say a little teenage or middle school or elementary school boy is supposed to have self-control when a grown ass woman is in front of his class being a skimpy bimbo. Like what the like you see, but y'all when little like when you got grown ass women who are in their early teens like 19, 18, 20, 21 years old, y'all will make excuses for them and say that them choosing that sorry baby daddy, their frontal lobe was not fully developed. And you're gonna sit here and say with a straight face that a little boy is supposed to exhibit self-control when he got a bimbo teacher up front shaking ass in front of him while she right on the dry erase board. You see how stupid y'all fucking sound.
he ain't learning nothing.
You see how stupid y'all sound when you say the shit out loud. But they think that makes sense. They think that makes sense.
Hold on, Ben. So just to stay on this here, because I'm liking where we at right now. It's like it's always gonna be my thing is when it comes down to us as men, period, and we want to talk about the patriarchy and we want to talk about all
Hold on,
this
Joe.
other extra.
Hold on, Joe. Short stack. Elaborate your point of a little boy supposed to show self-control when he got a grown-ass woman in his class teaching him. I would love to hear you elaborate on this.
You're saying as if there's
Elaborate
not
on your
things that
point.
you can teach as a parent to anyone
Elaborate,
that's little boy
elaborate
or
on,
little girl. Correct?
elaborate on your point in that a young boy who is in third, fourth, elementary school, middle school is supposed to exhibit self-control when you have a grown-ass teacher preying on their attention as little boys. And you're going to place the responsibility of that on the little boy?
Listen to me.
No,
Can,
elaborate
can I
on your
can I
fucking point. No,
can I
elaborate.
elaborate?
No, shut up. Shut up.
How do you tell me elaborate then tell me shut up at the
Because
same
you're
time?
not talking on your point. Don't talk about a bunch of
I haven't
elaborate
said
on the
anything yet, sir.
because you're not elaborating on the point. You want to dance around and break. No, elaborate on your point.
I
Then
haven't
we
even
get to the
talked yet.
okay. Elaborate on your point. The point you made was a little boy is supposed to have self-control and restraint when a grown woman is in his classroom preying on his attention. Elaborate on your point. The floor is yours.
The same way you have to teach your daughter to
No.
have self-control around
Elaborate
grown
on
men
your
who
point.
prey on their attention.
I'll see how this.
It is something a parent does.
I'm gonna give you one more chance. I'm gonna give you one more chance to elaborate on your point. If you're gonna get on here, see, this is the whataboutism. This is the whataboutism, right? And I bring people like her up here to show how stupid all of this shit really is. She can't even answer the point because she's just up here trying to troll, to have a gotcha moment, to be up here, oh, well, men do it too, just like your dog. No, you made a point. Elaborate on how a young boy who is being preyed upon by his bimbo teacher is supposed to exhibit self-control.
By letting them know when a lady is wearing a short skirt. You hear me? When a lady is up in the class and wearing a short skirt, bending over, please tell someone, as in me, because I can come up to the school and correct that as a parent. I can come up to the school and complain about that as a parent. Also, if you see your teacher leaning into you too much, please tell someone else in that school. Also, tell me as your parent, because I can come up and correct that. I can come up and complain about that. And if we get enough people to complain, as a little boy that's going through this and seeing this, if you tell someone, someone should do something.
See, you didn't answer the point you made. That's not self-control. See what I mean when I say words have meanings? Niggas just say shit. What you just explained is not self-control. That is not self-control. That is not self-control. That is teaching a child to
Teaching a child to advocate for himself.
To talk to someone about it. Also understand what it is. Also understand what they're seeing in class. To get some self-control. Understand that the person should not be doing that in front of you. That's how you teach self-control to anyone.
Self-control.
Oh my goodness. There's no hope in the world. Just say that. Just say that. Because you have to teach someone what they
That's not self-control though.
It ain't no hope for dumb niggas like that. You right. You right.
Ben, hold on. My bad for that, because that was crazy. But the thing is, she's not realizing that's called advocating. That's you advocating. That's as a father.
But it don't even matter to explain because she don't even know what words mean. So you explaining the difference between self-control. Self-control is saying that when you see something that entices you, to have discipline not to react to it.
Right.
But we're talking about a little boy and an adult. As in, that little boy is being taken advantage of by an adult who knows better. Right? Like what? But it go back to Omega's point that these women don't see little boys, like they don't see black men as little boys, right? If you wanna tie it back to white supremacy because y'all love that type of shit, it's literally going back to the dehumanization that they place upon black men. They do it to black women too, right? But black men, because you can't even empathize and view that little boy in the same capacity that you view a little black girl in. She don't even think that little black boy can be a victim. You talking about you telling a little boy he has to exhibit self-control when he sees some big old titties in his face. And the teacher is purposely doing it because she's a predator. And you're telling the boy he has to exhibit self-control and discipline?
That boy just started figuring out what puberty was. Get out of here.
But again, we talking about Middle school, like the stories you're hearing, they're talking 13, 11, 12, 15, little boys.
They just hit puberty. They're just like they're starting to like girls. That's
But the women like her can't,
yeah,
they don't even realize they're doing the same shit they claim white folks and shit do to them.
exactly,
You can't
exactly.
even see that little black boy as a victim.
That was the part I was about to get into because it's like the thing is, as us, like I said, it's us as
You
men.
see what I'm saying? Look at her in the comments. You explaining it doesn't matter because she don't even know what words mean and she thinks she right.
No, and now I'm not even explaining it to her. I'm talking. You and I about to have this conversation because it's like, I as two both black men that grew up in, I don't just grew up in school and understood that at some point in time for us, we are viewed as physical tools or physical specimen that are supposed to run through anything, run through fire and not feel anything. That's just what it's been projected as long as we've been alive, right? That's what it's been projected as. It's like, oh, little boys, men don't cry. You're not supposed to express your emotions. We done heard that from our fathers too.
Right.
So it's like to talk about self-control, and which is first off, it's advocating, and then how is it that you're trying to explain to a young child to advocate for themselves when he doesn't even know what
Right,
he's looking at?
That's the premise of a predator.
Right,
It's
he don't know
because
what he's looking at.
you understand a child does not fully they don't know. You can
They
teach
don't
them all
know.
day. They're still a child. And
It's
that's
up to
why
them
they
to
prey
absorb what they got.
and that's why they prey on children because they don't know no better. And
Exactly.
that goofy got up here and said that. Now again, ladies, y'all saw that, right? And these are the women that like. That's what I'm saying. Like, so by the logic of the Deontay conversation, right?
We're supposed yeah.
Y'all are accountable for that black woman that just got up here and said that shit.
Yep.
That she can't even see young black boys as victims. That it's the little black boy's responsibility as a boy to know better from a grown ass woman. But then they say men are the one that perpetuate that stereotype to little boys, and she just got up here and said that shit.
Like, bruh, it's like, and this is coming from, and for me, that's the part that trips me out because I have nothing. All I have are sons. All I got are sons. And this is the type of shit that I'm afraid of when they get to coming of age and they start dating and shit like that. Because it's like, look what is out here. Look where you can't even look. You're not even. I try to teach them that understand that you are a human and that you feel things, and I'm trying to guide you in a way of understanding what life is going to bring you, because the world don't see you how I see you. The world doesn't see you how I see you, as a young kid trying to make himself and just wants guidance and
Were you in here when that moon dude came in at the beginning of the live?
Nah, I don't think I was in for
Okay,
that.
so and this is what I mean, because he was like, well, how does this type of rhetoric and generalizations actually, how is this really harmful to men? Because you you see how, like, if you're gonna, as a little boy coming up, if all I hear is you're a threat, you ain't shit,
Right.
you're violent, and you're this and you're that, and that's all I hear coming from the women as a little boy, you
Right.
don't think that you're either gonna create the monster that you're scared of, or he's gonna detach from you.
Yep.
And you see it all the time with these moms that do these things to their sons, right? He either grows up to be the man that she complains about, or he detaches from her.
Yeah.
And so it's like this, yeah, the things women do for the most part can't physically harm a man, even though women do commit DV amongst men. It just gets underreported, even though women can unalive men. Look at the white girl that just unalived that black dude out there in Georgia. Like, women can do that. They're capable. They're more than capable. But since they always want to go to the physical, okay, but mentally, socially, women can be very harmful to men. Like, this rhetoric can be harmful.
Hold on, look, wait, real quick, man. So this is what I feel like. This is I think you just saying that just gave me something. They always say like, oh, it's not oh, men we can't physically do nothing to men. No, but you can mentally do something. You can mentally do something to a man.
You can socially and mentally do it.
Facts.
And that's how you get all these dudes, these younger guys that get on my fucking live and they have no confidence. They're lost. It's like they ain't got no hope in this shit. And I gotta like tell these young dudes to get out there, you know what I'm saying? And like I said earlier, they retract. They come and before, if you felt this way, motherfuckers say, look, bro, get up, let's go out, let's go hang out, let's go interact, let's go socialize. But now they don't do that. They retract and then they get on social media, or they retract and they get on YouTube. They retract, they get on their video games. They're just detaching from social life altogether. And you get these lonely ass motherfuckers. So it's like this clearly has a negative impact. This rhetoric clearly has negative impact on young men and young boys growing up, but they don't see that because they're so caught up in trying to point the finger and you know, bash men and have their moment, and it's just they don't see it. But they want to say, oh, we're trying to heal the community. No, you're not.
They don't see it because they use the same rhetoric to contextualize their relationships with black men, BLK men, especially their intimate ones.
Yes.
The same rhetoric that, supremacists, the same rhetoric that they use to criminalize BLK men is the same rhetoric that a lot of these women use to justify their relationship outcomes with BLK men. It's the same exact thing.
Right, and
They
that's where
say the same things.
and that's where a lot of these conversations stem from. Their romantic relationships with men.
Exactly. That's why I didn't want to just leave it to that, but that's where it really stemmed from.
Yeah, just like on the other side, a lot of these conversations that the red pill, the passport, bro, a lot of the conversations they have stem from the romantic relationships they can't even get, but it still comes from romantic relationships. The only difference is the women are getting in these relationships with these men and projecting, and those men 9 times out of 10 can't get into relationships with women, so they project.
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
Hold on, Booby. Why are black men always victim? Bye. Bye. Go ask Deontay. Bye. Miss Tony, go ahead. We gonna go down the line.
I just came up here to tell that lady, as a teacher, the adult should have the self-control. As a teacher myself, that's the first thing I do before I leave out the house. I make sure that my attire is appropriate enough to be around my students. If I have a dress on that I feel that is too short, I take it off. If my shirt drops too low, I put a cami under it. If my arms are out, I put on a cardigan. If my tail is out, I make sure my shirt is covering up my leggings. As an adult, as a teacher, you should exhibit the self-control that you want to see in your students. Don't come up here and not hold that teacher accountable for her actions, because she know exactly what she's doing and she know exactly who she's tempting. Don't let them teachers fool y'all like they don't know what they doing. They know what they doing when they out there with their boobs all on these little boys' desks. They know what they doing.
I'm gonna put it like this. I like how you said that you make sure you square the way take it away from the female teacher, because you know they can't understand anytime you bring me as a man, right? When my son, because when I got boys, I got a daughter. Now I'm in my house. When my son, his friends are over, when I'm in my room, you know what I'm saying, I'm chilling in my drawers, right? But now this is the house that I pay for. I pay these bills, Before I walk outside my door to approach and go make a sandwich or get some food, whatever, I put some clothes on. I make sure I'm decent before I walk outside the door. And those are boys out there, but I don't want them seeing my goddamn. We got the same thing, but I want to set the example for them that I'm the adult. I'm going to ensure that I'm decent before I walk out the room. So, and then I teach my sons, hey, because they're trying to walk out with no shirt, they draw it. I'm like, go put some fucking clothes on. You got a sister, you know what I'm saying? And people, I'm teaching them decency, motherfucker. Okay, just like when my now my daughter, her friends come over, or hell, my wife, her friends come over. I'm not just gonna walk out I'm gonna make, my son also got like girls that he's cool with that come over and they hang out. Now that's like me walking out like, hey, little girl, have some self control. Like, you see how stupid that sounds? That if I was to walk out my room in my house with the mentality Shawty just had, I should be justified by walking around the house when my son got his little homegirls in here and they downstairs watching movies and shit, and I'm walking around in my motherfucking drawers. See how and I'm like, hey, well, she need to have self-control. Like, what? That doesn't even sound right. Or my wife, right? When my son, the homeboys is at the house spending the night and having sleepovers and shit, and my wife walk out and she got some skimpy ass robe on with her booty hanging out, and we gonna tell them fucking boys, you need to have self control. You see how fucking stupid that sounds? But Shawty really thought she said something. She really thought she said something. Oh, Chad, bro, you done. Hey, boy, you done missed the whole bunch, man. Damn. But go ahead, Miss Tony. Finish what you were saying.
My son, he played football. So every Thursday we will have all the football boys over here, and he has a twin sister, and I made sure that she understood that even though they were over, she needed to be decent. I made sure I was decent around these people, children. Like, I don't understand why we can't hold ourselves accountable for as adults. We are the adults. And I have seen moms that will walk out in front of their sons bucky naked, or their son's friends just come because you at my house don't mean I need to. And it's just I'm trying to understand this logic as women and as adults, man or woman, how you can't hold yourself accountable for what you perpetrate on these children.
Like, Shawty really got up here and said that those little boys are supposed to exhibit self-control when their teacher is literally being a predator. Their female teacher is preying on them. And she really thought she said something profound. And you had some women in the comments agreeing with her. These be the women that we having these conversations with, bruh. These are the women who are talking about men are accountable for other men's actions. Women who think that because they don't, and I'm glad Omega said that. These women can't see they don't see black men. They see black men as black men, but they don't see those very same black men as little black boys. When you got hundreds and thousands of black men, black men we could literally get on here and tell stories. The same system the same white supremacy system that y'all say impacts. That's why I said earlier, we're going through the same shit. You know how many black men have been abused, have been preyed on, have been taken advantage of by women? Right? But the minute black men get up and we talk about it, the first thing that come out their mouth is, well, it's your fault because patriarchy. Well, hey, it happens to y'all because there's no... So you know what they just do? They shut up. They get quiet. They wall themselves off, and then y'all complain about that. Y'all complain about that?
Man, I could say a lot. You know what I'm saying? I could say a lot about that topic, but I want to bring it back to the prompt. Men need to hold men accountable. I propose that men do hold men accountable because men are always arguing over how to treat a woman, what's fair and unfair. You know what I'm saying? Men are arguing over these things every day. You know, men are never not arguing over something.
That's fair.
But people think accountability is like a gendered thing where it's like men hold men accountable and women hold women. No, men and women hold men accountable. Men and women hold women accountable. I propose that women don't hold men accountable. Women don't hold men accountable. You'll complain about them, but you can't stay away from them. I'm saying you complain, but you can't, stop having sex with them. If you're not gonna stop having, what you expect me to do? All I can do is confront him. But if you're still gonna give him something, I don't have anything he wants. If you're still gonna give him something he wants, I don't know what you expect me to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I'm glad Chad here, because Chad was in that live where Chad was in my live when we was getting on, when we were talking about them YNs, and we was talking about, degenerate behavior and culture amongst the young black boys when that whole black man going to college conversation was running around, and we was on their ass. And I purposely let nothing but men up on the panel for like the first hour and a half. He was here. And then the minute I let the women up, here came the mountain of excuses. And then got mad when we laughed because they did exactly what I said they was going to do. They got up here, and mind you, prior to the women coming up, Booby, you might have been in that one too.
Nah,
It
I
was,
was in here.
man, yeah, we need to stop focusing on this. As black men, we need to push education instead of athletics. We need to, invest in the nerdy culture of our children and change the narrative and do this. It was a productive conversation amongst black men.
That's very much true.
It was productive. I'm talking about and it was black man after black man denouncing degeneracy about other black men, about our community, what we put out there, what we idolize, the minute I dropped all the men and I started, because the women were like, I want to come up, I started letting nothing but, I put all the women on the panel. And one after another, they literally came up and started saying the same shit, making excuse after excuse after excuse. Oh, well, it's their environment. It's the system. It's the white man. It's the FBI. It's the crack epidemic. It's the school to prison pipeline. It's the teachers that don't invest in it. It was everybody else's fault but the black men. Everybody else's fault but the black men. And that was women. So they full of shit. Go ahead, Booby. Go ahead.
Two things, brother. Two things. What Shorty was saying, that was the most dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm like, how you want a child to have self control? They don't even know they are a child. Who gonna teach like let's be honest, we all was kids and all that shit. When did a child have time to understand that he's being preyed on? Don't worry, I'll wait. When does a child understand what they're going through is wrong? They found out years later, like, damn, all right, most men, not saying everybody, but some men that they lost their virginity early on in their life by an older woman. They come to find out, like, damn, I got preyed on.
Yep.
You feel what I'm saying? So how you gonna tell a child to have self control? They don't know what self control is. As the adult, as Miss Tori was saying, the adult should have self control. Why are we putting this on the child?
Because it's a black boy.
All right, cool. Second thing,
Right.
second thing, you hear me? Is this? this generalizing black men shit, bro. You knowing how I know, bro. Real. If you're a real one, you're not gonna associate yourself with fuck nigga. It just it's not gonna happen. They're not gonna coexist with each other. They're gonna find their little group of motherfuckers that's just like them, and that's who their group is. Cause why? Cause we're gonna hold them accountable. We're gonna tell them about themselves, and they're not gonna like it, and they're gonna go to somebody else that's not gonna tell them nothing at all. So based off their logic, right? If we all hold these people accountable, and they got a lot of people that's gonna have an issue and won't fight and won't, pum pum. So now we got black on black crime. So who's winning if we hold everybody accountable and everybody, you know what I'm saying, go to jail behind bars? Now, for me, it does not make sense.
Well, we can still, like, for example, I don't know none of these bums in my real life, personal life. You know what I'm saying? I hang with them, but it's when we have a microphone, like social media and shit like that. That's enough of holding men accountable. Like Benny holds men accountable. He doesn't have to do it. He doesn't see these type of men in his day to day life because he doesn't associate with them. I don't either. But on his platform, he does not applaud bullshit behavior. He does not celebrate it. You know what I'm saying? The problem is people who get a microphone, aka social media. Social media is just nothing but a microphone because it amplifies your voice, and they make excuses for the bullshit behavior. You know what I'm saying? So just having when you choose to make a platform and you choose to make your platform based on standards, boundaries, you know what I'm saying, responsibilities, that's holding men accountable enough. I mean, what more does somebody want? Do they expect you to like really go into the ghetto and find somebody? Like, really? Do they really want you
I,
to do that? Like,
I
you know what I'm
think they
saying?
want us to be Batman, bro.
Right,
Like,
right. Like that doesn't even make sense.
put
So
the light on with somebody when a man is, and we supposed to go fight them. Uh,
no,
you feel
no,
like
John,
it doesn't make sense.
no, absolutely not. Because at the end of the day, if you try and fight him, the girl who he with gonna jump in it. So it's no point. There's no
And
point.
then that's gonna cause more issues.
Right.
So
I
you
mean,
saying if I crash out on somebody,
no,
you know what I'm
that's
saying?
right. That's just a crazy, insane
Now,
hypothetical.
now
That's
my
never
family
gonna happen.
lose out.
Yeah, we never
Now
gonna do that.
both our family lose.
Yeah,
And who
that's
wins at that point?
right. But that's never gonna happen. That's something that's impossible. But then also like to the point on like you're talking about like the teacher and all that stuff. The adult woman not preying the adult woman preying on the kids and things like that. Well, but remember I was like these two groups of people are the same people. They hibernate in the same pool. Like you have the boys who this for every loser who didn't get any action growing up, who then went on to grow up and to be the predator who now preys on the little girls because he wants to go back and backtrack and get the little girls that he think he missed out on. All the boys who didn't get none in high school, so now they grown and they want to go get back. You know what I'm saying? They want to backtrack and get those girls. Now the ones who, you know what I'm saying, who now pulling up in high school parking lots, with the cars and stuff, trying to impress these young girls. There's always a counterpart to every man like that. It's a woman like that too. The very same women who did not get boys growing up, da 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 da. Now they're grown up, and instead of pulling up in high school parking lots and a brand new Ford Taurus or something, trying to pull, they turn into substitute teachers. They turn into paraprofessionals. They turn into teachers. It's the same thing.
So just thought.
Yeah, definitely. But according to that lady and some that were in the comments agreeing with her that it's the boys' fault, basically.
Facts.
Or is the girls that peaked in high school?
Facts.
Exactly. And nobody want them now, so exactly. But it's all experiences slash quote unquote trauma that happened that happened to them when they were in that stage of their life. And they can understand it when it's a man who does it. You know what I'm saying? He a loser to grown women, but he the man to some 18-year-old girl because he got an apartment and a car. They can understand that.
Yeah.
But the woman who went through the same thing, who is now trying to get the boys, the basketball players and the football players, she didn't get when she was growing up. That's harder to conceptualize, but it's the exact same thing.
Facts. Just throwing this out there. So based off of shorty logic, Antoine Fisher should have had self control.
That's crazy.
You got any last little thing, boo, before I
Nah, that's it, bro.
all right,
Y'all
bet.
have a good one, bro.
Yes, sir. Southern, what's up, bro? You there?
Yeah, I'm right here. I was on mute.
Yeah, what you got, man?
Just about the topic. I had something about some other stuff some people said, but I think it just got lost because everybody was talking. But the topic, men hold men accountable. That does. I can't even say it need to happen more because I've been seeing it happen. Like people like you, people like the guy who was just talking, Chad. I say his videos. So I feel like that do happen. One thing I was talking about to my homie about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I feel like when women say stuff like that, they want us to check the top percentage of the men who they date. And like somebody already said, it's hard for a regular dude to check somebody who already having his way because y'all giving it up. Like, and I'm not talking about on abuse, but they say that men need to hold men accountable on everything.
Yeah.
Physical abuse is something different, but just as in wanting marriage, being serious about dating, various other topics, they want us to check like the average everyday dude who dealing with average women or whatever to speak up and check the ones really having motion. And just men don't like that's not logical. Like if I'm not having motion, like what I'm gonna check you about how you handling your, you know what I'm saying? Even if it's not necessarily beneficial, if y'all not gonna stop giving it up, like ain't really too much I can say.
Yeah. Like I said, like it's this accountability conversation is a two-way street. It's like I said earlier. You notice how none of them women in my comments got real fucking quiet when I explained the story of my partner and his ex-wife. They was real fucking quiet. I didn't have not one woman try to fucking I don't even know flip it on. They was real quiet when I explained the story of my partner, my best friend, and his ex-wife. They shut the fuck up. They was quiet. I ain't hear now. You could have heard a motherfucking mouth a pin drop. They was quiet because I shut that shit the fuck up because they act like women are so fucking perfect that they don't but when I explained how grimy she did him, they was quiet. But by their logic, they're accountable for that woman, right? By their logic, they are accountable for what women like my friend's ex-wife is. And they gotta take responsibility for that. For her being a piece of shit woman. Having babies on their husbands and shit. Going and then try to put the baby on them. And using his money that she was stay at home mom and all that shit, and did everything that they said. And then she was using his money to pay for her side nigga to go on trips, and she wasn't even going on trips out the country with her own husband. But they was quiet about that. When the women in my comments that got so much to say, they shut the fuck up when I said that. I ain't never got them type of women to shut the fuck up in my comments ever. That's a first. But see, when you pull that blanket off and you show these women who they really are, which they know who they are, and that's why the conversation turns into what it is now on the internet. The women think they shit don't stink, and then they just want to point and bash at the men and say, you fucked up. Y'all need to fix. Y'all need to fix. And then the dudes get defensive, and then it just turns into a fucking struggle match. and nothing's getting done. Everybody, the whole time, women fucked up, men fucked up. Whole time, women going, black men and black women really going through the same shit. But everybody hollering at each other, playing the struggle Olympics and trying to prove that my situation is worse than yours, and we really going through the same shit.
Yeah, and I just think that with like, cause it's a lot of people that agree with a lot of stuff Deontay say. So with this last clip that's going viral, I just think in that clip that what got a lot of dudes triggered. Everybody said it is the way he worded it, and then he kind of went back to back with 2 or 3 things that I felt like he kind of forced. Like, all it takes is one man to handle rejection wrong to throw off a whole night. Understandable, I get it, but like, that's all it takes is one man. When he said most men don't handle rejection, that's just not true. Most men handle rejection every day since they started hollering at girls. Like,
Right. But
that's
see,
just not true. Like,
but see,
that statement is just not true. Now, the true statement is it do only take one. That's
yeah,
the truth.
that's true.
But most men don't know how to handle rejection. That's just
No,
simply not true.
the numbers actually show most men don't even approach women. Again, earlier I stated the statistic that they have about the dating statistics that they have. Men between the ages of 18 to 21, 45% have never approached a woman. And it was
Videos
like
of girls
50, it
saying
was
that.
like 52, something like it was over 50% have never been on a date.
TikTokers saying, why don't men approach us anymore? You can pull up the videos. They're recent.
Right. So which one is it? Are all the men approaching y'all and reacting horribly to rejection, or is there a male loneliness epidemic and men aren't chivalrous? And what y'all going to these fucking speed dating events and there's a fucking house full of vaginas? And y'all. So which one is it? Is it most men are doing this, or are most men lonely? You can't. Which one is it?
And see, Benny, that whole dating event thing just proved one thing: that loneliness epidemic for men is a bunch of cap. It's a bunch of cap.
I don't think it's cap.
It ain't how. What I mean is, like, it ain't how they saying it is. A lot of men are getting more into hobbies, more into other things, and just branching off from other things because
I
you
disagree.
don't see us. You don't see us on here complaining about, oh, how come these people aren't showing up to these events or stuff like that. You see mad videos of that happening. Why men don't approach? We see a lot of that. So who's the real lonely one?
Well, I disagree because the research is showing that niggas are lonely. And it all goes to the increase of explicit content that men are consuming, the decreased social interaction men are experiencing. The numbers do reflect that men are.
Well, Benny, what if it's just they're confusing with being alone with just being lonely? Because some people are alone, but they're not lonely. That could be a case too. Some people are alone, but they're just not lonely. They just roll dolo solo. So don't mean necessarily that they're alone.
I do think there are a lot of lonely ass people. There's a lot of lonely people, but there's definitely a lot of lonely men out here. From the research I've seen and like the conversation I had with especially a lot of younger men, they're a little lonely, and that's why they find shelter in the internet and OF and there is a issue with like society as there's an issue with social interaction and human interaction as a society, but specifically men because men are less likely to be social compared to women, and women have more social outlets than the average guy. So the research is showing that men are lonely. But and the whys, there's a lot of different whys. It's not just centered around women and sex. It's lack of I don't say lack of opportunity, but like the pressures or the unrealistic realities and expectations of that social media. Like I said, when you go into the research behind, like Nick was one of the ones that showed me that documentary that I watched about it. And like I said, there's a lot of different factors that come into play with it, and it's not just women. I know that's what they want to make it sound, but it's not just women. It's like lack of fathers in the house, lack of motivation, lack of drive, social media. It's a lot of different reasons.
Okay, when you explain it like that, okay, that makes sense. I can see where
it's
that's
not just women, you know, like it's a lot of social factors. Because like I said, even the guy that came up, and with a lot of the younger generation, it's a lot of the issues stem from social media expectations. So the impact of social media on young boys' minds as far as expectations of reality, that was a big factor in like male loneliness and failure and shit like that. So
right.
But the data for this stuff is new. You know what I'm saying? Like
I can understand that part because there is a lot of social pressures on young men nowadays, especially with the whole thing with social media, social pressures. Like basically you going on this social media every day and you hearing all these conversations. A lot of these men are getting like, well, I ain't this, I ain't that, I ain't never gonna be this, I don't measure up to this. And so yeah, I can understand where that come from. So yeah, you're right on that.
Yeah, because I think Chad done talked about this before. Like I said, the data for this stuff is just now starting to come out.
Yeah, and a lot of young dudes.
You got an entire generation of kids who grew up on, like, we millennials didn't grow, like we experienced, but we didn't grow up this way. You know what I'm saying? Like
you're right.
But like club culture, these kids are never gonna, like the 25 and under, they'll never experience club culture or social culture, like human interaction. They'll never have that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
like they actually think that if you be mean to the cat, all you gotta do is it's gonna eventually come to you. If I'm angry and I hate it and it's gonna eventually come to you. That's not the way it works. You gotta pet the kitty. You gotta be nice to the kitty. But they don't even realize that being angry and mean, you really think girls gonna like you when you're just angry and mean at them all the time? Like, at least back in the day, dudes at least knew to fake it. They really think that they can just be angry and mean at women all the time, and then women are eventually gonna like them. That's not the way it works.
Right. It has to be a more socializing aspect. Like it is affecting people in a negative way. Like as far as the prompt go, men hold men accountable. Of course, it's been like that for the longest. You know, I remember the Detroit 300. It was a group of black men, 300 black men who were basically holding the community accountable, keeping the community safe. And some of the people didn't like that. Some folks in the community didn't like that. You know, a couple years ago, there was this brother that went viral. How he said he got 7 baby mamas and he ain't taking care of none of them kids because, you know, he basically told them like, hey, if you want me to go in raw, then you on your own.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he even said one of his baby mamas is a married woman, and the man don't even know that that's his kid or not, the husband. And I remember I saw him on a live, and one of the dudes was like, yo, we gotta hold men like this accountable. He was yelling at him. He was like, who gonna hold me accountable? I'm gonna do what I want. He's like, as long as these women's giving it up, I'm gonna do what I want. And I was like, there it is. How you gonna hold a grown man accountable when you got women out here entertaining that type of dude that's willing to bust it open for buddy?
But that's the thing, right? And I don't want to just, because if you keep saying women ain't gonna hear what the fuck we saying.
No, I'm just giving.
But I'm saying, like, that's why I try, like, this is not a man problem. This is a people problem, right?
Right.
And that's what I'm trying to get these women to understand. Because at the end of the day, you can't, like, people who don't want to be held accountable, whether we address them, whether we speak up, whether we whoop their ass, whatever the case may be, whatever, to try to dispense justice and accountability. If they're not gonna receive it, and if they don't even accept responsibility for their actions and what they're doing and saying, nothing's gonna change there, right? And once we disassociate ourselves from these people and ostracize them, they still exist. They don't disappear. They're still a part of society. And they often just find people in social circles that will enable them.
Facts.
That's
I
all that
agree.
happens.
I agree, and that's the thing. It's just like at the end of the day, you could train up a child to be responsible, but at this point, if you're trying to hold an adult who should know better accountable, it's like, bro, like they're cooked. There's nothing you could do with that. You can't fix that. It's just they're done. Like you said, we gotta ostracize people like that out of our society. It's just like, okay,
But when I said that, now I was a black man trying to hold black men accountable, and when I said that in my conversation about YN culture and degenerate, like the hood culture, the hood nigga culture, and I said we need to ostracize, we need to start getting these men out of our community, these young boys out of our community. We need to focus our energy on the black boys who are trying, who are choosing to be better. I got attacked for that.
that's correct. See, that's why I said, man, it's like one of the solutions our community needs to do is isolation and separation. We need to separate from the issue. We need to start getting around like-minded black folks and start building new community outside of degeneracy. If people, like somebody said, let the stupid stay stuck. You can't fix everybody, and I ain't trying to save everybody. It's just like I only can work with who's willing to work with me, who's willing to grow with me.
And then that's how we get this conversation here, because they think that niggas aren't doing anything. But it's like, if you like, the ones that you think aren't being held accountable because we don't even care about them anymore.
Here's the thing. I worked with juveniles, right? I did transports for juveniles for a few years, right? And I would work with those young boys. I would talk to them, try to help instruct them, help guide them in the right direction. A lot of them took my advice. A lot of them listened. A lot of them are doing well now. It's like you got to get them when they're young. You got to get them when they're young.